Chestnut. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome in. Thank you guys for coming. I wasn't sure that we were going to be able to stream today when that internet outage happened, because the internet outage happened, like it went out, and I noticed it went out because it went out as I was posting my social media posts for yesterday's attacks. So, like, I wasn't, all of a sudden, Blue Sky was like, you don't have internet, you can't post, and I was like, oh, shit. And then, like, minutes after that happened, not even minutes, probably like 2 minutes max, I started getting notifications from Ring, which is like, you know, our doorbell and camera system, but also it's like a neighborhood app. So I started getting notification after notification of people being like, oh, did you see that the internet is out? And then like, yes, in this area, yes, in this area, yes, in this area, you know? And I was like, ah, shit, this is a wider issue. Hello, me. Actually, What do you prefer to be called? Knee floof? Like, what's the deal? What's the deal with that, actually? You think that internet outage is still there? No, it's just your thing. I haven't dropped any frames at all. I haven't dropped frames or nothing. Unless other people start saying there's issues too, then maybe. Knee is best? Okay, just making sure. Because I've always wondered that. But then I never ask. So, may as well have. Okay. So let me pick out my first little dude for the day. I think I want to do another Minecraft animal. And I have a character that I picked out to specifically do that with. So, I'm going to do that. It came from when you used to go by Neon, so Knee is technically short for Neon Fluffy. Oh, okay. Okay, it was just you, no worries. Alright. Thanks for letting me know that. Let's see. Let me find this render that I'm gonna need. I think this'll do. I think I've got a good render for this character. And I'm just gonna make sure real quick by making a little canvas and checking it before I show you guys my screen. Because once again, I know you can't see it, don't worry. Okay. Alright, we've got the Minecraft creature now. I just gotta grab the reference sheet for the Minecraft creature. Okay, let's see. It's Osprey's character. Let me grab it. Give you the rain. Speaking of rain, it was just raining like hell here a little bit ago, but now it's sunny and bright. The sun has come out to bless my stream. Thank you, sunlight. Vitamin D, vitamin D. It's magically delicious, vitamin D. Okay, let me get the ref in the canvas, and then I will share my screen to you guys. There we go. Okay, let's get connected. Alright, here's what we're working with today. This character belongs to Osprey Fright, and Osprey Flight. Fright? Where'd I get that? And their name is Elkhart. I think they're really cute, and so I decided they would be a fun one to put on the Minecraft cat. I think there actually is a Minecraft cat that does look like adjacent to this, so I think it'll be kind of fitting. But it'll still be a little unique and different on its own, so I think it'll be a lot of fun. Also, Pig, you're almost at 100 attacks? Incredible, incredible. Being addressed as just Pig is really funny, by the way. Because, like, you would think that would be an insult, but in my particular specific case, it isn't. Okay. Okay, so here's the cat, and here is the cat. Now, this is going to be a bit hard for me to do because it is a black and white model. So it will be kind of hard to see what I'm tracing onto it, but I think I can do it. Unfortunately, this one doesn't really have anything special I can do for its design other than, like, maybe the cheek fluffies and the teeths. But I'm gonna do my very best to commit art. I'm also going to try my very best to be good at yapping, because I've been having a really hard time yapping during stream. And I hate that, because then we're just sitting here quietly, people come in, they feel bored, they leave immediately. So I'm gonna try to do a better job yapping today. I think I've kind of let it slip since I've been really tired, but I'm gonna do my best. Bald, literally. First and foremost, I didn't do this the last time, but I'm gonna do it this time. We're gonna open a Q&A. There we go. Q&A is open. Kitty? Correct. Leave them bald. Well, so the problem is if I leave them bald, then it's not very derivative, I guess. God dang it, lonely screen. Oh, wait, never mind. Lonely screen is fine. I just saw my own stream update to when I changed the screen. I'm a fool. They look like your childhood cat, Ava. Aw. That's adorable. Now, I will periodically check the questions channel, and if for some reason you know there's a question in there, I'm not checking it, just put, like, questions. Or, like, you know, check questions in chat, and I'll make sure that I get to it. I can be a little forgetful about checking the questions, so that's why I say that. Okay. So, let's get started with this. Actually, I want to use the middle size brush. Also, she's a toy, so you still have her. Saw her on ArtFight with her kittens and husband. I see. Shoot, this is the first spot that it's gonna be hard. Okay. I got it, though. I think if we just kind of follow it like this, we should be able to get the correct size and shape. I do have some, like, yap topics to yap about. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. But definitely check out the Q&A if you are so inclined, because that will help me yap more. Live chat. There we go. I'm trying to think of what I can do to make this a bit more derivative. I'm really not sure, but I just can't, like, have it plain like this. That feels, like, against Minecraft, or against ArtFight, so I'm trying to think of what I can add to make it a little better. You also have her in Fortnite, and as a Woomiefoo. Oh, Delilah, yeah, I knew this. I've seen her. I've seen the Woomiefoo before. Let's do the ears next. The good thing about doing these Minecraft drawovers is they are very easy, because all I have to do is just draw a bunch of straight lines. A bunch of little cube type shapes, and then suddenly there's a cat in front of me. There we go. Whoops. I'm turning on everything here. So, what has everybody been up to today? What have we all been doing? I have not done a dang thing today. I literally napped all day. I did not want to be conscious, so I simply just wasn't. I'm realizing now that that line is ugly. There, now let me do it again. There we go, that's much better. This one is hard because a lot of times it is black on black with nothing, like, in front of it to, like, show the different shades. So a lot of times I'm gonna have to measure based off other, like, nearby elements, which can be hard. But I got it. It's chill. We're good. You're cramming for your big exam tomorrow. Hello, Astra. Welcome in. Cat indeed. Welcome in. This is the first time I've seen you in my streams. So, I hope you have a great time here. Why did this brush do that? Okay. There we go. For anybody that's just hopping in, as per usual, we'd be working on ArtFight attacks. This one in particular is for Osprey Flight, and it is of their character Elk Spirit, I think. Elk something. Elk something. I just can't see it because I cut off the name tag. My bad. Elk Spirit, I'm pretty sure, is what his name was, though. Okay. And I'm putting him in the Minecraft cat. But I'm trying to think of a way to make it a bit more derivative, because that is like a rule of ArtFight, is you can't be using like a base. And if you are going to trace over something, you've got to make it different than what you traced. So I'm trying to think of what I can do for that. But I'm not super sure. You poked in a few times, just don't normally talk because you're at work. Ah, that makes sense. A silent lurker. Totally fair. Well, I'm glad you've been here. Much appreciate. This reminds me that I forgot to send the link to a couple people who normally like me to send the link to them. So let me do that really quick. Let me take a quick pause from drawing the cat. Oops. Once I get the nose. Alright, Pokemon playlist. What we're not gonna do is this. There we go. God dang it! Oh no, it's not. Okay, I thought it was Lavender Town again. Alright, 1 second. Let me just forward this link to the people who need it. Let's see. Where is this channel? Am I stupid? The answer is yes, by the way. I just don't. That's where it is. Okay, and then. And then. What server is that? Okay, I think that's everything. Just making extra sure. Okay, it's incredible. So now I've got that sent out. So everybody's got access to it who needs it. And let me check the Q&A before I get back to doodling. There is a Q&A! What is your favorite type of shark? Ooh, okay, that's a good question. Let me put it as our question. Okay, so I actually have some very strong shark opinions because I have a brain friend named Rye who really likes sharks, and because of him I have strong shark opinions. I truly would not have them if not for this guy. So typically my favorite, and because they're his favorite, because I don't really have opinions of my own about sharks too much, but Rye sure does. My favorite, and by extension his, are great whites or anything that like looks similar to them with that nose shape. So I know there's like some smaller ones, but I don't remember what they're named or what they're called. But any shark that has like that general body shape, he's a big fan of. And so am I. I think they're really cute. I'm not big on things like, what are they called? Like hammerheads or saw sharks. Anything with like a weird nose I don't usually mess with or enjoy all too terribly much. I don't know, I just think they like look weird and not particularly cute or anything. Granted, I know that they aren't necessarily supposed to look cute. It's a shark. It's a predator. But that don't mean I don't want it to look cute though. Anything else in my brain? No, I think that's everything. So yeah, I would say great whites, and any smaller shark that also looks similar to a great white is gonna have to be my answer on that one. Granted, because I don't know, like, I'm not really a shark person. Not that I don't like sharks, but, like, I don't know much about sharks, and for that reason, I don't actually know a lot of species of shark other than, like, the main, like, 4 that exist. So that's a tough one. When can you nerd out about sharks with Rye? Whenever he decides to come back from his eternal slumber, I guess. That guy has been on, like, a brain hiatus for so long. He only came out for his birthday and then to go to a concert, and then he went back in abruptly, and we have not seen him since. So, I don't know. It's been mostly me and Cece lately. It's me, Cece, and Cece's little care team. Cece's team of lesbians, you see. You love sharks so freaking much? Yeah, that's why you and Rye get along. Cause that guy be a shark enjoyer too. But I will say, I don't think he knew that when he commissioned you. I think he just liked your art. I think the liking sharks part would have been a bonus had he known about it. But I don't think he did. You need to get him hooked on sleep tokens so you can lure him out. Might work, but you'd have to find him first. You like sharks so much, Moon, that your mom told you she won't take you to the ocean since you'd like to pet one. To be fair, in your defense, I've seen a lot of videos of sharks, where people are like petting them on the nose because they can't really bite you that way. Unless they lunge up, at which point, like, you know, you'll be able to move back. But I've seen a lot of people just push sharks flat out, like, off a boat that way. Just because they're, you know, they touch its nose and push it away and it goes. But that's funny, though. Your mom's like, oh no, I'm prepared for this problem. And the problem is just that her daughter likes sharks too much. I think Rye's right there with you, though. I think he'd want to pet a shark. We, went to, when Forgana came to visit and hang out here, we went to visit an aquarium in this big mall in New Jersey that we went to. And there was, like, these really small sharks. I don't know what kind of sharks they were, but they were small and great whitish, but, like, longer, kind of. And bro was, like, madly in love with them. He loved those little guys. I think that if he could have hopped in the tank and pet one, he would have. Fortunately for my sanity, he didn't. But he probably would have, if he could have. He also got hella shark plushies while he was there. Speaking of plushies, actually, I have a fun question for you guys. Off the top of your head, what is your most unique plushie, and what is it? I would say, speaking of Forgana, I just got a buzz from her. For me, I would say it's this warthog plushie that I have. Or like a, I don't know, it's like a big gray pig, and he's like kind of fat. I don't know if he's supposed to be a warthog or a pot-bellied pig or what the vibes are with him, but I think he's so cute, but he's so unusual. Because most of my pig plushies are like pink, or they're just like a normal pig and they're spotted, but not him. He's big and chunky and gray, and I think he's a really interesting plushie. And so now I'm curious what y'all's interesting plushies are. Your 3 Mothman plushies? That sounds interesting. I don't even think I've ever seen a Mothman plushie before, so that's actually, like, kind of crazy to have written in my chat before my very eyes. I didn't even really know that that was a thing that could happen. I don't know how the hell I'm gonna line this leg. The amount that it sticks out is so subtle that my line art on its own covers it. You have more shark plushies than your favorite animal, which is a red panda. We used to have a red panda plushie. I think we sold it at a garage sale. It was a Build-A-Bear one. I think red pandas are super cute. I don't blame you for that being your favorite animal. W favorite animal, TBH. Super based favorite animal, TBH. Maybe if I do it... No, that won't work. Well, maybe it will. Hang on. Hang on, let me cook for a second. You have a My Little Pony Minty Build-A-Bear plush that has a mohawk because you put toys in its hair that weren't supposed to go in there and then you couldn't get it out, so you had to cut her hair. Oh no, poor Minty. That's like a little bit funny though, Loki. Speaking of getting things stuck in hair, you guys want to hear an evil thing that I did when I was a toddler on accident? So it wasn't on purpose, but it sure was evil. And I don't think that I have ever lived it down, truly. So I don't know if you guys have seen them, but they're like the spinny face scrubber situation. I don't know if it was like a face scrubber or if it was like a general, like a foot scrubber. I don't know, but it was like some kind of scrubber that had a spinny brush on the end, right? And true to form as a dumb child, I decided to bring it downstairs and stick that shit in my older cousin's hair. I don't really know what came over me to possess me to thinking that that was a good idea, but it sure did, and I sure did it, and it wasn't a good idea. That was not a good time to free. I think they might have had to cut her hair, I'm not really sure. Because I felt really, I don't know, I don't remember much of that situation. I just, like, I kind of have, like, flashes of memories of it, but not really. But I definitely remember, like, the story getting told every Thanksgiving for a while. You have a apple bear caterpillar plush thing? Interesting. Might be a cat. Fair. You have a handmade plush from your sister and a couple that you commissioned, but otherwise, you have a rooster and a fennec fox. I think the rooster is an interesting one. Like, I don't feel like I've seen, like, a chicken plush sitting around, you feel me? Not that they, like, don't exist, but I feel like I don't hear about them ever, so I think that's, that qualifies for sure. Fennecs are also pretty unique, but I definitely, like, you know, I'm aware of more people that have fennec plushes. Let's see, do I have any other ones that are pretty interesting? Most of them are just Pokemon plushies, TBH. Pokemon are just, like, random animals, or pigs. Pigs in particular. I think that's it for me. The rooster is a Jellycat, and it's very cute. I don't have any Jellycat plushies, but they're pretty neat and cute. And expensive, which is why I don't have any of them. Why is the cat's tail like this, Minecraft? Why? That's not a straight line. What a fool that I am. Let's see. Oh, I've got more childhood stories. When I was a kid, I don't know if this is like a particularly interesting one, but when I was a kid, I wanted a laptop so damn bad. I was the type of kid that would like take a notebook, set it sideways, and like draw a keyboard on it and like a website and pretend that I was on the computer because I wanted one so bad. I ended up getting one for my birthday. It was an IBM ThinkPad, and I am pretty sure that I killed that poor thing. Because I would download whatever the hell I wanted to, and me, at the ripe old age of like, I don't even know how old I was when I got it, maybe, I don't know. I had it for, like, maybe I was like, I'd have to ask my mom, but I was definitely young when I had it, and I probably should not have had a laptop, but it was fine, it was chill. Mostly. You have lots of Pokemon, My Little Pony, lots of sharks, 3 dinosaurs, a weird duck, and an anime webtoon one. Oh, I do have a dinosaur plush. Only one, and it is a, shit, what would you call those? Oh, you know what else I can do? I can give this guy a fluffy tail because he has one. I think that's everything on the cat. Very angle. Much cat. Okay, so let me go ahead and try to sketch some things on this to make it more unique. Which I think is going to be the cheek fluffies and the tail fluffies. That looks stupid, I love it. Okay. A few years ago, you had like 100 wolf plushies plus Pokemon and horses. Rip those guys. Yeah, I sold a lot of my plushies at a garage sale that we had last May. We put a lot of plushies in that sale. And a lot of them sold, and a lot of them didn't, and the ones that didn't, I think we donated. But I don't know where they were, like, donated, if it was, like, another garage sale type situation. I think I remember it being, like, one of those big garage sales that's run by, like, a church or a school. But I could be wrong on that, because I wasn't involved with the actual bringing of things there. I just remember being told to take stuff out because the rest were going to get sent to, like, a different sale situation. But I don't know how that ever went. Nobody ever told me, really. I don't think our family really knows how it went. Because I think it was just a situation where you bring shit and then they just, like, put it out and sell it. Or whatever they do with it. I don't really know. I'd have to ask my mom. But my mom is, last I knew, grooming her dog, so. Okay, so now we have a cat. Whoops. Now we have a cat with a tuft of fur on his tail. Like a little line. Anything else I can possibly add? I think adding the chest fur would be really weird, so I'm not gonna do that. But I might add some on his back. I did pull a few plushies out to bring home and a couple to send to my friends. My plushie-enjoying friends. I think that's it. Oh, his little teethers. Almost forgot the little teeths. They very visibly stick out, so I can't not include them. There we go. A little guy with teeths. Look at him. Okay, so now that that's finished, let me erase the blocky part of the tail here. There we go. And merge these, I think. And turn it probably... I'll probably just turn it black and see how light I can make it later. Alright, we've got a Minecraft kitty. Hello again, welcome back, son. You all good? I am all good. I am just doodling. We did have a brief scare with an internet outage, but that wasn't really as big of a problem as I thought it was immediately when it happened. So, I would say we're good. And let me set this as a reference layer. I think that'll make my life as easy as it could possibly be. Okay, well we can't do it on that one. That piece in particular. Unless I break down quite a bit. What program are you using? I use Procreate on iPad Pro. I've been using Procreate since it released in like 2011. So it's my go-to. I'm not very good with anything else. Oh, I missed a line I just noticed. And by the way, since you were asking a question, I do actually have a Q&A open that I think you can click into and ask questions directly. I can't tell how it works because I can't click into it like that, but I just figured I'd let you know in case you had anything in particular that you Wanted to pop in there. Let's see. Okay, just the ears and shoulders left. Shoot. That's fine, I'll just color that particular spot by hand. There we go. That'll work. Bruh. Oh, it's because I still have it set as a reference layer. That would do it. Okay, oh yeah, nose and teeths. Get them teeths. Get them teeths. And let me remove this as a reference layer, and then to like work with it, you gotta swap it like that for some reason, I don't know why. And now I just need to see if I've gotten everywhere. God? Oh. I'm a fool, I'm a dumbass, dare I say. Okay, yeah, I thought so. I should have just colored it manually, but it's fine. I can fix it. Does this count as work? Okay. I don't think it really matters. I don't think it'll be visible. If it is, I'll fix it. Just attempted to ask. I don't know if you saw it. Let me check. I do see it. Oh, no, I don't see it. There's nothing in the questions section that I can see. No worries, though. Okay, let's see. I think I'll do the airbrushing first, because that'll be the fastest thing. I just got a text from my mother. Procreate? Oh. Yes, it's here now. I see it. Like, I see the words, is it here now? Let's mask this. I thought I'd set this as a clipping mask. What a fool I am. Okay, now it's a clipping mask for sure. Oh my god, I forgot to put that line back. The line that I literally blatantly outright pointed out that I missed, and I forgot to put it back. There we go. Now it's back. Now it's back where it belongs. Alrighty, let's erase the overspray. How's everybody's ArtFight going, by the way? We're getting close to the end here. If you're participating, how are you faring with your revenges? I personally am drowning. Are you burnt out yet? Have you stopped doing ArtFight? Are you still doing ArtFight? Are you banging out attacks left and right like some kind of menace? Or what? What's the vibes of that? Music is louder than you? Oh shoot, I forgot to turn it down. Thank you for telling me. I knew I was forgetting something. Thank you for letting me know. I turned it down. Okay. Sorry, I'm just grabbing a snacky snack. What are these? Oh, Lifesavers gummies. Yeah, I'll eat those. Yum. You're not in it, you can't draw digitally, and you don't understand it? That's fair. Some people don't. That's all good, though. ArtFight? Yeah, I figured. Although, digital art isn't required for ArtFight. I got a couple of traditional attacks this year that were super cute. Yeah. You're managing to keep pretty even with attacks and revenges. You're much more tired now, though, so only 1 attack a day rather than, like, 3. Yeah, I'm feeling that, too. I'm real tired. So I definitely feel that right there with you. I like I'm having a great time. I'm still doing attacks, but every time I look at like a revenge that I have listed, I'm like, oh, this is gonna be way too much work for me to want to do. Like, I'm so tired. This seems so hard, etc. But I gotta do them anyway. Such as the Minecraft law. Or the Minecraft law. The ArtFight law. It's hosted on a website, yeah. You'd have to access it through, like if you're on mobile, you'd have to access it through, like, Safari or whatever the browser is called on. What the heck? What am I thinking? What's my brain doing? Oh. You'd have to access it on whatever the Android browser is called, or on the iPhone browser if that's what you use. Yeah, I'm definitely at the point in ArtFight where I kind of wish I could just stop, because I'm really feeling the tired. But I kind of can't. There's too many people to revenge. And I think if I were to stop, like I want to. I really, really want to. I want to succeed, but I've already done more this year, I'm pretty sure, than I did last year, so, like, no matter what, this is, like, a success. But I would definitely stop if I could, like, if I felt like I could, because, oh, am I tired. Boy, am I tired, oh boy. But I just kind of feel like I can't. I owe too many revenges. And I've never really quit early during an ArtFight year before. I've been playing for a while, and I've never done that. Other than the years where I just didn't really play that much. Which is not really the same. You've done a lot more than you normally do. Last year you did like 40? You've also done way more art than usual. You'd feel so mean dropping now. I know. Like, I have so many attacks to revenge. I would feel like an asshole. But I'm exhausted. So it's like really frustrating to have to keep going. But it's not like I'm miserable, I'm just tired, you know? I just would rather draw some personal art. At this particular point in time. Why did I erase that? That's like a necessary portion of the... There we go. Okay. Time to do more marking. How high does it go? Goes to between his eyes. Okay, perfect. I'll just put it here then. But oh, truly what I wouldn't give to be allowed to stop at this point. Okay, we've got the little nosebleeds situation going. It ends on August 2nd. I will say I'm quitting on July 31st. I'm not playing on August or August 2nd. I'm calling it on August. Does cat have... Oh, it doesn't, but it does have, like, a block situation where I can see. There we go. That's nice. That's convenient, right? Yeah, the moment the clock strikes July, or August, I'm done. I quit. I'm going to sleep. But I do definitely, like, I am in the position where I wish I could do that now. For sure. It's not that I'm not having fun or anything, it's just, like, drawing this much is really exhausting. Especially when I want to be drawing for myself, you know? If you're never quitting, you'll attack me after ArtFight with gifts because you're evil? That's not allowed. That is super, super not allowed. I'll kick your butt. No crimes allowed. Absolutely no art crimes allowed. Whoops. How's this work? Okay, inner eye. Why is it outer eye with the cow and pig? Are they just stupid? There we go. All the crime? No, no, that's not allowed. I will say, one of the things I'm most impatient for is for ArtFight to end so I can design my cheese pig, my Parmesan piggy. Because that is something I want so bad, but I just actually cannot do it right now. Because of, you know, ArtFight obligations. I don't know, I've been kind of toying with the idea of maybe just doing shorter streams and just doing, like, 1 or 2 attacks a day instead of striving for 3 or 4. But I'm not really sure how that, how people would feel about that. A cheese pig indeed. Because, so I made, obviously the other day, I made I made Swiss for Prince. And then somebody else was like, wait, I'm gonna get a cheese, like, another cheese character. And then it, like, became a situation where everybody was getting cheese OCs, and now I want one. I wish to have access to a cheese pig. But I can't make one because we're still in ArtFight, so I can't draw. Gouda the Parm pig? I don't think I would name it Gouda. I think I'd just name it Parmesan. Okay, so I think the Minecraft cat is pretty much done. Mostly. And this is why I am stressed, because what can I do that's, like, derivative? Fair. A Gouda cat? That would be cute. A Gouda cat would be super cute. But yeah, I'm like really eager to have my cheese pig, and I can't design them because it's freaking ArtFight. And I'm pissed. But it's alright, I'll live. Maybe, possibly, perhaps. I don't know, I just kind of think my art fatigue is getting worse. Which is, like, fair, like, that happens, but I just wish it wasn't, because I wanna go on strong with ArtFight. I wanna hold out hope, hold out my strength, my art drawing doodly strength. Hello, Souls Vibing, welcome in, how are you doing today? How are you doing today? What are you doing today? How are the vibes? What kind of Parmesan? Just Parmesan cheese. I feel like either I want to design it or I want to commission one of the people who also has a Parmesan animal to design it. You're well, drawing your persona a reference sheet, and you're struggling. Oh man, I'm sorry to hear that. What's got you struggling? Like, what you having a hard time with? Ref sheets can be a huge pain in the butt. I had to do Via Pigs last month, and it was not fun, I promise. Cat emoji. You can't draw side views and you don't know anatomy? That's fair. I unfortunately don't have any recommendations other than to pull up a reference, though. Which I know is like a very boring and like generic recommendation when it comes to stuff like this. So it's like, well. But that truly is the only thing I know to do when I struggle. I used to not use references. I used to straight up refuse to do it, but recently I've been doing it more and I've been a fan. It's kind of fun. Okay. And he's patchwork, so you can't just flip his design. He's asymmetrical. That's fair. I mean, You could draw the body first so that it looks right and then add the patchwork details, probably. That's what I would do. But I definitely get the challenge. I had a difficult time with Via Pig's ref. I had to reference my own, like, body for it, which was awkward for me. Because I really wanted to get her body type correct, but to do that I had to look at it, which her body type is me. So it was like, well, that's awkward. And don't worry, I am gonna fix this weirdness between the outlines. Like, I see it. I'm gonna fix it. That's what happens when I try to be lazy. He pretty much is the TLDR there. Hello, Mogo. Welcome in. Welcome in. How are you doing today? What are you up to? For anybody who is just hopping in, I'm doing my first ArtFight attack of the day. This ArtFight attack is on Osprey Flight on ArtFight, and I'm drawing their character Elkhart as a Minecraft cat. I'm just about done with this one, and then I'll be able to move on to the next one, so that's pretty fun and exciting. Let's see. I've got a couple attacks planned out for today, but I don't know how far I'm gonna get. I am feeling quite a bit of art fatigue at this point. I'm kind of at the point where I want to possibly stop, but I also, like, don't want to do that, so it's rough out here in ArtFightville. That was unfortunate for the second that it occurred. Mine cat indeed. The tail was particularly bad because I had to really pull back on the fill tool for this one. As you can see, my line art looks like absolute trash when I don't fill it properly. Which is something I learned right now. It'd probably work for shading, though. But not much else, I'm thinking. Good lord, these lines are ugly. There we go, now it's better. Think I got it. And anything else that's particularly stand out and egregious? I think that's it. The problem now being that I don't know if this is, like, derivative enough. Soul's vibing. Your art drive has escaped you. You don't feel like drawing anything other than your reference sheet right now? Like I said, I feel that. I have lost my steam. I have definitely lost my steam, but, like, I have so many revenges to do that, and I don't want to leave, like, this many people hanging. Because I know I can't get everybody, but, like, I don't want to quit halfway through the month and get nobody, you feel me? Yeah. I have so many wonderful attacks that I've received from so many wonderful people, and I want to make sure I get them all back, but I don't know how sustainable that is with the amount of tired I'm feeling. But I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best for all the people. But I've just noticed that, like, partially throughout these streams and partially throughout, like, just in general, I noticed that my energy level goes down a little bit by the day. I feel pretty alright today. Not horrible, but definitely not as energetic as I was week 1, for sure. Let's see. You haven't been attacked too much, but you want to revenge all of them? Exactly. I definitely can't revenge all of mine, but I wish I could. Hang on, I gotta get up and turn on the light. It's a little dark in here. I guess it's cloudy again. It was literally sunny not less than 2 hours ago. Not even 2 hours ago is what I actually meant to say. Alright, so we've got the cat. Let me crop the image a bit. You're here again? Welcome back, Moon. Sorry. 1 second, chat. Okay, sorry, I'm back. Let's see. Oh shit, I did miss a big spot up here on the back. Let me fix that. I thought I got everything, but I guess not. There we go. Piglet, what if we didn't do that? Okay. Let me pop on my signature, and then that'll be it for this one. I think the next one is going to be drawn originally, so fret not. I'm struggling. Shoot. Did not put that on the correct layer at all. There we go. Alright. All you remember is the soggy cat. That's fair. That's very fair. Soggy cat was a pretty, iconic one. There's that signature, and I'll put the other one down here. Oops. Okay. So now the last order of business is to make the outline around my main signature, which is just something I like to do for, it makes it easier to see on all types of color backgrounds. And then we just turn it down. And I also need to fix something on the shading that I noticed while I was down here. Boop. There we go. Oh, you know what? I should turn up this shading a little bit. It looks kind of too subtle. There we go. All right. Since you mentioned revenge, I realize there's 2 people you need to do at least 1 revenge on. Fair. Alright, chat. I'm gonna get this uploaded. I've decided that in order to maintain my yapping, I'm gonna go on mute while I'm uploading things. So, just a heads up on that. Because I won't be talking, so I just want you guys to know. Did I turn off the background before I sent this? I don't think I did. Oh, it did. Okay. 1 second. I'll be back. My friends, I'll be back. Wait. Wait. How did that work? Hang on. again, friends. I'm back. I'm sorry that... I'm really sorry that that took so long. I had to lock in, I guess you could say. What happened? Don't worry about it. Just personal stuff. That really, like, took me out of my vibe, though. And to be honest, I don't really think I'm up to drawing ArtFight stuff right now. So if it's okay with you, I would like to switch my gears a little bit and work on some personal art for a little while. I'm thinking maybe I'll design a piggy. And I think that'll make me feel a lot better. And then if I finish designing the piggy and still have time to spare, then I will go ahead and do a ArtFight attack. How's that sound? I'm hoping I hope that will be fun. Okay, so in order for me to do that, I need to change a couple stream assets. And I don't have a Via Pig shirt at the ready, so we're just gonna have to still have me in ArtFight attire. So, but I will change the background and stuff. So let me do that first. Oh, wait. Shit. Hang on. I think my background has changed with a filter. I need to grab the filter information. Okay, hang on. Okay, there we go. Now we got my background back to the color it's supposed to be. Okay, let's switch over to my art streaming section. I still have a block up, but just give me a second because I just need to hide the comedy thing. So I'll hide that, and let me bring up the text that I normally would have up. Got the working on, and then the info, but I'm going to change it. There we go. That should do, right? Oops. All right. That's about as on track as I can get us because, like I said, I don't have a new version of the Via Pig with this shirt saved right now. Because I designed this shirt. It was the first shirt I designed when I made this, so y'all are gonna have to bear with the ArtFight shirt, but I think that's okay, because ArtFight is still going, so it's not necessarily off theme or anything like that. We're in the blue zone. Yeah, we are. Thank you for inspiring me to do a low poly art style. It has been a huge help in figuring out how to do some OCs. I'm very glad to hear that. I am so glad that I was able to help you with that by encouraging you to do low poly art. That's awesome. I hope you have like a lot of fun with it. Low poly is a really fun art form to do. Alright, so really quick, I just need to go get my reference for the color palette that I want to work on for this piggy. I have a design in mind because I've wanted to design her for a while, but because of ArtFight, I haven't been able to. So, I'm grabbing my color palette, which I have saved in my little DM area. I'm thinking while I do this, we can maybe try to gap about Oinky Orchard if you guys want. You can ask questions about the lore. Let's see. Where is that picture that I had? Where did I put it? Oh, did I put it in reference materials? Hang on. Am I dumb? I might be dumb, chat. Hang on. I must find it. Piggy palette indeed. Hang on, I've got a... I think I sent it in this server, but I don't know where. So let me say images. Oh, you know what? I might have just saved it to my phone and not actually put it anywhere yet. Hang on, let me airdrop that shit to my iPad real quick. I really appreciate you guys being chill with me switching gears, by the way. That, like, means a lot. That's not... I've really been trying to avoid doing personal art, for this stream, but I think that's what I need to do to maintain the vibes. And to me, maintaining the vibes is a bit more important than, you know, just, only doing ArtFight. Because I want you guys to have fun, and I want to have fun. So... if a personal art is what it takes to do so, then the personal art I shall draw. Where on earth did I send this darn picture? Hey, hello, welcome in, Green Gorilla. How are you doing today? I hope the answer is that you are doing incredibly well. But if it's not, then I hope you will be soon. Bro, I literally said to myself, let me draw this thing that I have the reference for. And now I'm sitting on my ass not finding the reference. What's going on? Where did I put it, bro? Oh, you know what? I put it in the Oinky Orchard server. That's where it is. I put it in the notes channel of the Oinky Orchard server. I remembered. It's in my brain dump channel. Okay, now I can airdrop it to my iPad and get the canvas ready to go. And then we'll be all good. And then I can get started drawing a piggy. This will be the first time you guys get to see me do that. Live in concert, as far as, like, an OC design. So, this should be exciting. Let's send it to Charles, the iPad. Yes, my iPad's name is Charles. It is. That is a canon fact about my iPad, that it is named Charles. Okay. New piggy. New canvas, landscape sized. Whoops. Hang on. You guys aren't supposed to be able to see yet, by the way. How do you send an art attack? You would want to go onto the ArtFight page of whoever you're attacking, find the character, and there should be a button that says attack. That's the easiest way to do it. Alright. Let me just fully make this color palette. Like, specifically grab the colors and put them in order of how I want them to be. I think that's all of the colors. I'm curious how similar these colors are to Ruben. Hang on, I'm gonna grab his ref. Damn, Ruben's ref is buried. It's buried in the depths. Holy shit. I guess that makes sense, though. Wait. Do I not have it? Why would I not have Ruben's ref? I just made him a new one. You would think that I would have the old one somewhere in here. But I guess you would be wrong. Hang on, let me download my own OC's ref. That's so strange that I don't have it. Oh, Piglet. Piglet, the whiniest whiner dog. No matter, I will go to artfight.com where I have posted his reference and I will get it from there. Come here, Ruben, you little goober. I'm not actually using Ruben for this. I just want to look at his color palette and see how close it is to what I want to make. And see if I need to edit anything. Because I don't want their palettes to be identical or anything like that. But they are pretty similar. But I think they're different enough. Piglet, I know. Yeah, they're super different. Ruben is a little bit gentler colored. This is a lot more saturated. Okay, just wanted to make sure. Okay, so chat, behold, nothing. So this is what I want to work with, possibly with some pretty saturated, like, actual red. I don't know about that yet, though. That's a maybe. So we'll see about that. But I'm gonna put it on the palette for now, just in case. Colors indeed. Oh boy, pigs. Yes, yes. Many much pig. 'Tis what we must do. I'm gonna have to change the title to ArtFight plus also Spontaneous Pig. Hang on. ArtFight Brawling Day 22 plus Spontaneous Pig. Plus... Spontaneous Pig OC Design. I can't believe that fit. I thought it would be too long and YouTube would say no, but it wasn't. Let's go. Okay. Chat, I'm gonna lock in. We're gonna make a pig together, okay? Okay? So I'm thinking what I want to do for her, because it's gonna be a girl. I'm thinking I want her to be possibly, probably, maybe a forest boar. But I'm not super sold on that yet. So once I get her body, like, idea down, we'll see. So, let me start with just a circle for the head. Welcome to Sketching Pigs with Via. This will actually be kind of fun, because you guys haven't seen me draw a pig seriously on stream in ever, I don't think. So then we're gonna put the muzzle. The colors are giving chocolate raspberry. Yeah, I kind of think, like, they kind of give me, like, fall, but, like, really intense fall. Like hyper-saturated fall is what I get from them, personally. But chocolate raspberry is pretty good, too. So we get the muzzle. And then that allows me to draw the little snoot. And we'd be putting in a nostril. Like I said, I don't super know how, like, what pig species I want to make her, but I have, like, a general vibe for her design. That eye is way too far forward for a pig. There we go. So, the colors are giving chocolate raspberry. Oh, I read that already. Hang on, I'm gonna close this Q&A and open up a new Q&A. Because I want to open up a Q&A that's specific to Oinky Orchard. I think that would be fun. I have to specify what that is for people who are new and do not know. Alright, we've got a new channel open, and it is a Oinky Orchard specific Q&A. So if you guys got questions about Oinky Orchard, this is where you can get them answered. I would really love to yap about Oinky Orchard. I think that would improve my mood greatly. So, the option is there if you so desire it. Do the oinks oink. They do. They do. Speaking of Oinky Orchard, I will say, I'm presently trying to think of a name for the planet, and I have a couple I'm trying to decide through, and I'm having a hell of a time doing that. By the way, chat, this is why they are so... Damn, you guys have lots of questions. Yay, I'm excited. This is why my sketches are so clean, because I clean them as I go. Okay, next one is, what is the actual technological level of the world? Hang on, let me feature that as the question for now. Okay, so Moga asks, what are the actual technological level of the world? So, Oinky Orchard is kind of... How do I put this? They are like a society. Like they definitely have like some technological capabilities. They have pulley systems. They got like a wheel. They can make like a cart that they can drag behind them. And because of the magic that they have, they can do like, you know, they can do interesting things. But the thing about them... Oh, shoot, I did this on the same layer as the palette. Good thing that's an easy fix. There we go. But the thing about it is that they don't have anything particularly, like, technologically advanced. Like, if you think about, I always use this example, but My Little Pony is a really good example. So if you think about My Little Pony and how their technology works, or what little technology they have, rather, they really, and I'm talking not this current gen, because I know in this current gen they do have technology, the Gen 5, but I'm talking like standard, like G4, where they have like, you know, they've got stuff going on, but it's not like real technology, because they have magic, so they don't really need technology like that. It's kind of like that for Oinky Orchard, where they do most things with magic, so they have never had a need to automate them. They don't have any particular, like, machinery. They don't have cars. They don't have phones or anything like that. At best, they have figured out, you know, lanterns with no light bulb, just like standard lanterns. They've figured out... I don't know if I like that ear placement. They've figured out how to make, like, a cart with wheels, stuff like that. Basically the standard things that you would see in, like, a more medieval game. Like, swords and all that. Swords, like, carriages and stuff. But not anything more than that. I will say, I do actually, like, I did... Funny enough, I don't know if you're asking this because of the pig you designed, but funny enough, I did, at like 4 a.m. today, wake up borderline in a cold sweat with an idea running out of my brain top speed. I had to get my phone and write that shit down so fast so that I actually had, like, information on this OC that you designed me. But now they have official lore. Okay, let me mark a new question. So... Jay asks, what's a common mode of travel for these pigs beyond walking? Like I mentioned, they do have, like, carts and carriages, but, of course, they need to pull the carts, so, like, those don't really count as transportation, because they have no way to automate the carts, if that makes sense. They have boats, They can manage boats with magic. So that's one mode of transportation that they have, for sure. I imagine they can't have it something like a bicycle, but they might be able to have like a pedal push cart. I would imagine that they have railroads with those pedal push carts, where like they, you know, they have to press down on like a lever to make them move. But they definitely don't have like, you know, any type of self-driving, like, you know, a vehicle that can be driven or anything like that. They have like hot air balloons, kinda, but instead of being run by any form of like fire thing, they tend to be run by pigs that have fire magic. So that's what I got in that regard. Sorry. In that regard. I need to move this more. Why do I keep moving it back? Okay. Okay, I got another question. Moon asks, are there other animals like My Little Pony? For example, ponies are the main, but they also have stuff like dragons. Is Oinky the same, or is it just pigs? So I haven't delved too far into this aspect of the world yet, but I would say that yes, there like are other creatures. I just don't know what they are yet. I imagine there's probably cows and horses, but I don't have like specifics yet because I haven't gotten to that portion of the world building yet. I would imagine every animal has like some form of sapience. It's just whether or not they can speak pig, really. Which is kind of how it works in Wings of Fire, where the dragons are, like, they don't speak human, but there are humans and the humans are intelligent. And there is at one point a human that learns to speak dragon, and then that human can communicate with the dragons. So in that regard, I think as long as a creature can speak pig or like whatever the common tongue is, then they'd be like able to. But I think that there are some animals that aren't super sapient either. But I'm not sure what the distinction is yet. But if there are, it's nothing crazy. It's like, you know, a cat or like a cow or like something like that. Something that like already exists. Her head looks really plain to me, which I know it won't forever. I just need to add more to it, but I just haven't yet. I don't know if this is the hair I'm keeping. Probably not. I think I want to try to do something more interesting for her hairstyle. I want her to have an earring, though. I do know that for sure. Whoops. Oh, do you guys want to hear the planet names I'm trying to decide between? I can pull those out real quick if you guys are interested. Patrons have already seen these names, but I still haven't picked one yet. Hang on, let me hop back over to main chat so I can see the answers to that. Yes, yeah. Gasp idea, what if other intelligent animals are all farm animals? I was thinking that too. Like, you know, cows, horses, chickens, donkeys, stuff like that. I think probably there aren't dogs, but there might be cats. I'm not really sure how it's gonna work, because it's so weird how they do it in My Little Pony. So I have to kind of think of, like, what the rule would be. Like, would it be hooves only, or whatever? And, like, I'd have to think of what their society would be, too. Alright, hang on. I'm jumping into the channel where I have the names for the planet. So, here's the names I'm trying to decide between. Porcella, because, like, porcine, which is, like, a, you know, pig word. Ilaria, Verdella, Melora, or Avalora. Verdella is kind of... Ilaria and Avalora are both just names I thought were pretty. Verdella kind of leans in the direction of, like, verdant type deal, where it's, like, you know, nature and really, like, natural. And then Melora just sounds really soft, like a marshmallow or something. So those are the names I'm stuck between for this particular topic. And I'm not sure which one I like yet. Hang on, I need to check what pose that I put Juniper in. Okay, she's got... Okay. I just don't want to use the same pose. One of the things I struggle with the most with pigs is posing them. Especially if they're non-magic users. Because it's like, you know, what do I do with this guy? Okay. So if any of you have like a preference on one of those words, one of those areas, let me know. So let me say them again. It's Porcella, Ilaria, Verdella, Melora, or Avalora. So those are my ideas. Juniper is pretty? Thank you. Fun fact about Juniper, this is True and Ruben's mother. And possibly the sister of the design I'm making? I haven't decided yet. But this is True and Ruben's mom. I haven't designed their dad yet, but I do know what he looks like. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to make this bigger. Absolutely, I'm gonna have to make this bigger. Okay. Piglet, what are you doing back there, girl? Okay. So, True and Ruben, as you may know if you read their info, they are both Silk-Fur Forest Boar hybrids. So their mother is the Forest Boar in the pairing, and she found their father because she is very adventurous and was happy to venture out of the woods and meet new people and learn new things, and found this Silk-Fur who was also kind of more adventurous than average. He kind of matched her energy, and so they fell in love. Damn, Piglet's really dedicated to being super disruptive. She's lucky I love her and think she's the cutest ever on the whole planet. Which is because she is. Juniper was your name pre-transition? You do love that name? Interesting. I honestly don't even know where the name Juniper came from for her. It just popped in my head, so that's what she got. This leg possibly looks off, but I'm not sure. We'll keep going and see how it fares. Peek. Ooh, you know what might be a really pretty pose for her with how elegant I think she's gonna be? I got this. This is gonna have to be folded back further though if she's doing that type of deal, because kind of think this needs to go in more, but I'm not sure because it feels kind of long. The one thing about pig anatomy is that I got my start drawing felines and canines, and pigs are super not that. Pigs are super, like, super not that. So, their anatomy can be pretty challenging. Another idea, if you don't mind the other intelligent animals can come from distant lands, that way the pigs can still be the main focus. Yes, I definitely think that most of them are on distant lands. For sure. Like they definitely have, like, their own places. I just don't know how to explain how they, like, got there, I guess. You have to go for a minute, but you'll be back. Want to hear more pig lore? Okay, no worries. And remember, guys, if you have any particular questions about Oinky Orchard, pop them in the questions section, and I'll check it as often as I can remember to do so. Hang on, I gotta look at Juniper again. Yeah, okay, I was right. Her neck is way too long. Let me make it a little shorter. Pigs have pretty short neckases. That's why she looked weird. She was too tall. She was a giraffe of the pig world. Hang on, I need to refresh my stream. Because I'm so far behind on my end. Okay. There we go. Man, it really bugs me a little bit. The Via Pig doesn't have a normal shirt. But that's okay, that's okay. I'll live. I will survive. I'll survive this atrocity. What is happening outside right now? My mother is out there, I think. Or at least she has the door open for some unholy reason. Okay. I might consider giving her a different ear type. I'm not sure though, so we'll work on that later. I kind of think I want her to... I need to move her palette. Her palette is in my way. Because I need her to be over here. So I can safely do her back leggies. Whoops. Wrong layer. Wrong layer entirely. Piggy Pete's, Piggy Pete's, Piggy Pete's. Oops. That took less time than you thought it would? Well, welcome back already. Let's see. Ooh, new question. Ooh, this is a fun question. So, Gorilla would like to ask, were there any ancient civilizations before the Oinky Orchard as we know today? I will say I haven't really thought about it. I imagine there would have been, though. I just don't really have the details in my mind for something like that. So I think theoretically, yes, because like they would have to have ancestors of some kind. It would probably be a bit similar to humans in that regard. I would say if I had to guess. But I don't think that there's anything concrete yet. That is another one of the things that I didn't really work out. Piglet, I'm gonna need you to chill, girl. Just because Grandma's doing stuff in the living room don't mean you need to tweak, girl. Dang. Okay, there we go. I would say, like, I don't know if there was, like, cave piggies or anything like that. I definitely think there's gotta be some kind of pigs that came first. But I think the history is so long ago that they probably don't really know about it. I know that civilization couldn't have been more advanced than what they have now. Which actually leads me to some lore about the piggy I got from Moga, because their lore was possibly that it was from an ancient civilization, but I actually thought of something different for them. Just gonna make sure that lines up. And it does. Okay. So the lore that I found, actually, ironically, was totally only possible because of one pig design, okay? You bet a cave pig would be cool? Yeah, I think I do want there to be, like, a faction of pigs that do live in caves that might be an offshoot, but I don't know how I'm gonna do that, or if it's gonna be like a, you know, they evolved or something. I'm not really sure. So you looked up the changing name thing here. It's basically the same as what you had to do. You don't know the price, though? Yeah. You might have to look up the price for your particular area. One second. I got a text from my mom. So, basically, I have this alien pig that was one of the pigs submitted to my design prompt thing. Their name is Xylax, and at first I wasn't really sure what was going to happen. But ironically, the robot pig saved their lore, and they saved its lore. So now, essentially what we've got is that Xylax is an alien pig. She's from super far away, and her whole situation is that she likes to adventure in space. And she is not herself a pig, but she does have, like, pig traits. Like, she's got, like, tusks like a pig. She's got, like, a snout like a pig. But herself, not a pig. Essentially, is how it's gonna be going. And my thought is she's an adventurer. She really liked to adventure in, you know, in space. She's an imposter like Starry. Yes, actually, it's a very similar story. So she was traveling through space for a very long time, and I figured that while she was in space, she maybe found this robot pig, who may or may not have been a pig at the time, but because she's an alien with otherworldly, or, you know, with knowledge of technology greater than Oinky Orchard could ever comprehend, she fixed up this robot, and either it already was a pig and she just fixed it up, or she turned it into a pig. And I'm not really sure which one, but we'll figure it out. And essentially what I think the vibes would be is that eventually she does find and decide to stay on Oinky Orchard. And when she does bring her little piggy with her. So she took her little robot piggy, and they lived together on one of the floating islands. So there are floating islands in this world that a lot of the pigs who can fly like to live on. Because they like being in the sky, and since there are, like, a lot of floating islands, they call those their home. And so Xylax and her little robo-piggy have decided to stay on one that was really small, and it's only really big enough for her to live on. Her and her little companion. And essentially what has happened... Yeah, Sky Islands. It is really fun. And essentially what happens is she has the little robot pig up there. She has a couple pieces of technology up there so that she can generate her own power to charge him. And, like, you know, do all that. And he acts as a homing beacon for that island. So typically the islands don't really move in the sky, because even though they're hovering, they're pretty heavy, so it's not like they can just get blown around. But Xylax's island is pretty small. It's not much bigger than a house. Like a small house, like a little cottage. but you know, an island. And so it does blow around in the wind, and it does, like, go places, because a lot of the Sky Islands are near each other, so they're kind of like a colony of Sky Islands that stay together. But this one seems to have broken off and goes out on its own, and so it isn't held to the others, and therefore not held to, like, the locations that the normal Sky Islands are at. The Sky Islands don't travel, typically, very far, but they can. And so Xylax is on this really small, floating island, where she keeps her alien technology so that it doesn't scare the local life, because she doesn't want to frighten them. She likes living with them. She thinks they're very kind. And she uses the robot piggy as a bit of a beacon to find it. So he's always staying up there, partially because she doesn't want to scare anybody, and partially so that she can find her little home. Plus, that's where his charging station is. That's where her, you know, data information stuff is. And the other thing I have for Xylax is that she has proportions that differ greatly from what is, you know, visible, like, in her... I figure that she has, like, a... not necessarily, like, an alternate form, but she has, like, a hologram situation that she can use to appear in a different form, or something, like, to that degree. Some kind of alien technology. Okay, so this is the body that we have for the piggy. Let me flip it. Yep, I think this looks mostly good. I do think maybe I want to stick her head forward a little bit, though, to make her look more confident. So let's see what that would look like if I take her ear and I move it forward with her. I will also, I think, have to move it down because I think it's a bit far now. Okay. So, yeah, basically the piggy robot is a robot that Xylax found that either was or wasn't a pig. She fixed it up, and now it lives on Oinky Orchard's planet with her. And they're just friends. And nobody really knows that it's there, except her maybe close friends. I don't know if she really has that going on. Okay, so now we've got our girl. I don't know if I'm going to leave her tail uncurled. Glad it worked out lore-wise. That's fun. No, literally, so what happened is I literally woke up at like 4:15, 4:30 in the morning. My eyes cracked open and my brain goes, hey, Via, what if Xylax? And I was like, holy shit, you're right. I was like, oh my god, you've locked in so hard via the pig's brain. And I wrote that shit down really fast and then went back to sleep. Okay, so we have the piggy body now. But I don't know how I want her to be designed visually. And I don't know if I want it to be like a... like if she's running with this leg in the front. Or if she's, you know, got that one back there. I haven't decided, which is why I left it vague intentionally. Let me check the question channel just to make sure there's nothing new. And if there is, I make sure I answer it. Oh, yay, there is one. Okay, we'll select the question. Chestnut wants to know, do pigs get magic from just gems, or is there another way to have it? So the pigs don't actually get their magic from gems. The gems are just like a physical manifestation of the magic that they have in their body. So in the case of, you know, this, hang on, I'm gonna try a different ear type for her. So I need to duplicate this. Okay. So in the case of, you know, a Wonder Strider, so basically what happens is when a pig is born, there's like, theoretically, like a genetic roll that takes place. Imagine it like a shiny check roll on a Pokemon, except it's a little less rare, right? And basically, it just rolls to see if that pig is going to have magic. And if yes, you know, what kind of magic that's going to be. And then if they are a magic wielder, that magic can manifest, or it does manifest rather, by way of that gem that lives on their body. So when they're born a magic user, that gem is physically like it grows on them before they're born. because it's like a manifestation of what they've got going on. And it does that based on personality. Like, based on what the, you know, magic can tell, the future of the pig, like the fate of said pig. Okay, I think the up ears look cute. However, what if we did not up ears, and what if they were only half up? Then what? Trying every ear possible. So, TLDR, they don't get their magic from the gems. The gems appear when they, you know, when they are chosen, essentially, to have the magic. So, that's how that works. But, yeah. I'm trying to explain this a little bit better. But basically, TLDR, when a piggy is born, there's like a check that happens genetically. That's like, is this piggy destined to be magic or no? And if yes, then they get that gem on their body to grow wherever is necessary for their particular personality type. Okay, no, I think I like these ears. I think they're the cutest. Let me look at the down ones again, though. Whoops. Let me try another kind, actually. There we go. Okay, Gorilla asks, are there any plants or biomes unique to the planet? I don't know. So, I really haven't done much to world build the full planet itself outside of, like, the island, Oink Island, that the main place is on. So I don't really know if there would be anywhere else, or, like, any particular biomes. Unfortunately, that's just something I haven't developed yet. I think probably the max extent is, like, what exists in Minecraft, I would think. Because, Minecraft biomes are, like... Sorry, I'm trying, like, everything over here. How do I put this? Like, Minecraft biomes are interesting in a way. What if I do... I'm sorry, guys. I'm so indecisive about these ears. Let me lock in and figure out what ears I want to do. I think if I do this ear, it's too big, so let me make it smaller. So I don't think we're going to go with that ear. Maybe that ear. I think I mostly like this ear, so I think we're going to go with this one. But I'm going to keep the other one just in case. But basically, I want to make this world in Minecraft, so I don't want to do anything that's super, like, out there, unless it's something I can build. But since I don't have like a map or anything yet, I'm not sure. On the main island, there's like, you know, plains, farmlands, a forest, beaches, like tropical areas near the beaches. There's probably like some mountains, not very big ones, but some. But I haven't delved into what's beyond the island yet, because the main characters have never been to the mainlands. I'm like kind of trying to lock in on... I'm trying to lock in on the, Hang on, my brain is falling off. Guys, my brain fell out of my body. Help. SOS. What do I do about this problem? Yeah, so I'm trying to make the main island very fleshed out before I start worrying about what's on the mainland. Because the main island is the, like, home of the main characters. And so, it would be like a specific special, air quotes, story arc when they finally leave. Hang on, do I want to change her face, possibly? I don't think we do. I think, well, hang on. How was Juniper? Juniper was generally drawn pretty excited, so I could possibly do that with this one. But so I'm really trying to lock in Oink Island and its ecosystem and stuff before I move to the mainlands. It's not to say I haven't thought about it, though, because I have thought of other species that exist there on those other areas, so I have thought about it to an extent, you know? You're glad you joined stream today. The lore is fun to know about. Wish you luck with writing and drawing more about it. Thank you. I really like sharing this lore, because basically I started making this lore, like, October 2015, so almost a year ago now. And I've continued to write it privately, but this year I decided to go a little more public because basically I was previously offering art, like custom art as a reward for my patrons, but I took that away because I wasn't having fun with like drawing all that stuff. So I decided, you know, I can't offer art, but maybe I can offer something really cool for them, which is the Oinky Orchard content. And I still am, to a degree. They still get all, like, written information first. But it did, like, sharing it with them and seeing how much they liked it inspired me to share it with others. And then as I added, like, the design a piggy option to my, what the hell, ArtFight, it has drawn people more and more to the world, and now people want to make their own OCs. So that's so neat to me. I don't think I like it on the top. I think just the bottom is fine. Okay. Oh, guys, I'm making this pig so cool. She's so pretty. Which is the goal. I do want her to be pretty. Shit. I'm having... Oh, there we go. Let me steal her eyeball and... Does that look better? Maybe if I just move it down normally. Okay, there we go. I think this is a more exciting expression, more unique. There we go. Okay. So, now we're getting more into her personality vibes, and I'm having fun with that. Okay, we got a new question from Moon. It says, have you ever thought about making a base for Oinky? If you mean like a base for like the different species, yes, I have thought about that. I don't know how I'd do it, because there's so many different body types, but maybe like per species situation. Just because, like, there's so many different kinds of anatomy, it would be kind of hard to do just, like, a general Oinky Orchard base. There we go. Select. Oh, wait, hang on. Before I answer this question, there was something in chat that I saw that I actually wanted to respond to, and I totally forgot. Your VR lenses came in? Incredible. Okay. Idea. The pig design you got of the very old boar with the overgrown vines on it may know something about history because he looks very ancient. And I saw that and I totally agree with you. I think that's a great idea. Pig doing the stick bug dance. I need that. Somebody make me that. Okay. So Gorilla wants to know, have there been any major or minor conflicts within Oinky Orchard, or have all the inhabitants been relatively peaceful? Well, because this world centers around my comfort character, I do try to keep it peaceful. But I do imagine that there are conflicts now and again. I think that sometimes maybe some of the piggies could get irritated with the silk furs, because silk furs have a pretty lazy lifestyle. Which isn't, it's not actually lazy, but they're like, you know, why stress when you can just do whatever you want and be totally happy? And that makes them seem lazy, essentially. To other pigs, they seem lazy, even though they do things, but they just like appreciating life. And so I think sometimes that does cause a bit of discourse, especially where they're cohabiting with other species. Especially if those species are particularly hardworking, or if those particular pigs are very hardworking. They tend to have a hard time in the forests with the forest boars, because even though they really like it out there, it's very relaxing, they do not like to get dirty, the silk furs, and so the forest boars get kind of annoyed with that, because they're like, dude, you're a pig in the woods. What do you think is gonna happen? But it's more just like a civil dispute at best, you know? So that's kind of what I think for that. Alright guys, now is the part of the design where I get to add whatever the hell I want. So let me make another layer and turn it down just a bit. But yeah, because this is a comfort world, I imagine that there's not much fighting. Because I want it to be comfortable and gentle and soft for me. And the best way to get that outcome is just to say that there's not a lot of conflict. Plus, the other thing is, I work with Lumithews, and if you don't know what that is, they're a closed species. But the thing about Lumithews is that their entire species lore pretty much focuses around a war. So if I want to be locked in on characters that are fighting a lot, or like that have had wars in the past, I really can just go to like Luminor and work on those characters. I think that if they do have like conflict, it's My Little Pony style conflict, where there's like a particular villain that's targeting like a particular character, but not so much like wars. But maybe in history there would have been, before the pigs had more of a civilization. Just not currently. They currently get along pretty well. Aside from like the generic civil dispute of like, oh, they were rude to me, oh, they were lazy, you know? So that's kind of what we've got to go with on this. I don't know about this tail, we'll have to see. Alright, Chestnut asks, what kind of adventures do you imagine might happen on the orchard? Well, so, okay. Technically, the orchard, in and of itself, is just a... How do I explain this? You know, like... It's like a really big house. It's like... Can you imagine, like... Okay, say that you are a person and you own some land, and you own a shit ton of land, so you make a bunch of houses for all your friend on the land. And then together you all, like, take... It's almost like Stardew. You know how in Stardew you all have houses, but you're all taking care of the same farm? That's kind of what the orchard is like. Oinky Orchard is a location on Oink Island in the world that, like, the story takes place in. And so... Oinky Orchard in particular is a specific, like, farm little community group for a particular few pigs that live there. I don't know what adventures they might go on. I've actually been trying to think about that more recently. Because the way that I was, like, seeing it is, like, you know, how do I put this? It's like, you know, True is the main character, so True needs to be doing things, but I need to think of things for her to do. I don't know if I like this hair, so we're just going with it and seeing what happens. The unfortunate thing about Oinky Orchard, basically, is that I haven't had a lot of time to work on it. I've been working on it since last year, but then I went on my, like, 4-month hiatus, and so I'm really mostly getting back to work on it now, which means that a lot of super fundamental information is missing, but I'm, like, working on it actively. So all of these questions are now things that I'm gonna write down to think about. So if you ask me in a couple months, there just might be an answer for you. You never know. Oh, to be in a world like that. No, literally, actually. What is a closed species? You've said that term before, and I'm not familiar. So, a closed species is essentially, like somebody makes up a species of creature, and they close it, which means that, like, you have to pay to get one, or, like, win a raffle or something. You can't just make one yourself. Which a lot of people think, and rightly so, a lot of people think that that's really stupid. Because it seems like, you know, you're barring creativity by being like, you can't make this creature like me. Because I created it first, so you can't have one. And a lot of closed species are really gatekeepy like that. I particularly like closed species like Lumithews, where we don't gatekeep visual traits, because what makes your Lumithew a Lumithew is that it's registered with our world and exists in our lore. And if you're not involved with our world, then your character is not involved in our lore, you know? So then it's not a Lumithew, even if it kind of maybe looks like one. So that's basically a closed species, just a situation where they are, you know. It's basically, you know, a creature that somebody designs and then they sell them. And maybe they have lore or something. Let's see. You like these pigs? The pig will now accompany you on a trip? Where are we going? What adventures do we go upon? You know, the more I draw this hair on this girl, the more I like it a lot, actually. I just don't know if it suits the design I'm currently making, so we'll have to see. We'll have to see how it suits her. Got your new glasses. Yeah, but, like, where are we going? Oh, to get them. Wait, so your glasses and your VR lenses came on the same day? That's crazy, if so. You were interviewed about closed species once? Interesting. How'd that go? I think with how her hair is, I need to redo this tail. Canvas, crop. I gotta make it a bit longer. Is this pig a silk fur? I haven't decided. She definitely gives me the vibe that she's gotta be at least part silk fur. So, like, probably? But I don't know. I don't actually, like, know what she is, because I haven't gotten that far yet. I basically have a color palette in mind, and, like, a vibe, but I didn't have a species or any particular physical traits chosen for her. But I think that her elegance makes her very silk fur coated. So, like, if I were to say she was, it would make sense, you know? Oops. There we go. Now I gotta make it even longer. Damn it. I think she might be a Wonder Strider, but I'm not sure yet. But like a silk fur Wonder Strider. Like, she definitely has silk fur genetics. Also, speaking of, I was kind of thinking of coloring in designs for the pigs that are on the references. Like, making them actual characters. Not, like, on the references, but, like, using those line arts to design characters. Because I really like those line arts, and the characters look cool, and it would be a shame to not use them, you know? Yeah, no, because I'm doing way too many curls for this girl to not be a silk fur. Or at least silk fur jeans. Okay. So I think I fuck with this hair. I don't know what else I want to give her trait-wise. I think she definitely has enough hair. I don't think she needs any more of that. But I don't know what else to give her. Okay, so she does now have hair designed for her. She's a pretty girl. There we go. Love her. She's so pretty. Thank you. The problem is I don't know if I'm keeping this hair, or if I do keep this hair, if I'm keeping this as her design. Or if I'm keeping the palette that I was planning. I'm not sure. We're gonna have to mess with it. But I definitely think she's really pretty, but I don't know what to add to her. I mean, she doesn't necessarily need anything, but I feel like she's missing something. My brain, I am racking it for ideas. I can't make her a flying pig, because if I did, her hair would be so fucked up. like her hair would be cooked. She would not have beautiful, luscious locks like this if she flew. If she flew through the sky. Gem crystal horn? I was kind of thinking that. Whoops. Didn't mean to put the palette directly there. Whoops, whoops, whoops. I'm fucking up. There we go. Maybe fire could be her element, actually. That could work. If she has magic. Let me go to the layer where her hair is. Let me see, what kind of gem should I give her? What if her hair becomes flames? I was thinking that. If not, like, becomes flames, definitely, like, the lower portion goes to flames. Or, like, flame colors, like it glows. No, I don't like that gem type for her. But for somebody else, possibly. I think maybe just a... like a drop shape would be fine for her, because... There we go. Why is it hot outside? Because you live in Texas. You messed up by making a small margin on your texture paint, so now you're desperately chasing the spots that are close to each other with the smudge tool to mitigate the overlap. Oh god, well, best of luck. What if the gems are shaped like they're magic in some way? I have no idea, but I think maybe the markings will be. Because these pigs can have markings, so I was thinking her markings could be kind of fire-shaped like that. Anything else I want to add to her? I don't think so. Except maybe like an accessory. I'm just winging this, chat. I have no fucking clue what I'm doing. I like those, but I don't know if I want to keep them. Man, I'm so indecisive about her because I love this hair. And it looks so good on her. But I don't know if it's going to look good with the colors I have picked. Well, you know what? You know what the solution to this is? The solution is that I give drawing her, or give her coloring a shot. See how I feel about it. If I like it, I can just keep it. And if I don't, then I can remove it. How's that? That's one way to do it, right? If I don't like it, I can just color her differently and go back to this palette another day, you know? You're still here, don't worry. You just haven't been talking for a while. That's fair. No worries. You're all good. No requirement to talk. At this point, we're just chilling to help my vibes, so you're good. Just chilling and drawing pigs. I will say, if I don't keep her with this fiery palette, I think something else that could be pretty is to make her, what's it called? Like a silk fur, beach pig. I think that could be fun. Because her hair is very, like, flowy, and it could be like water, you know? Like, no matter what, I need more OCs. So, no matter what I do, we're succeeding here. Okay. How are vibes? Doing a vibe check? Vibes are better. I'm designing a pig, and that brings me nothing but joy. The only problem now is just that I'm, like, uncertain about her design. Or, like, what I want to do for her. How was your vibes? Did you go get your... When you were talking about getting your glasses, did you mean your, like, VR ones that got here, or did you mean your other ones are also done today? Dude, it's so hot. The black top on the pavement is like sticking to your Crocs. And these were just cleaned. I don't know how to tell you this. I don't think it's the black top sticking to your Crocs. I think your Crocs are melting, Jay. Your real glasses both seem to be done today. That's crazy. What timing? But yeah, no, to me that sounds like your Crocs are melting. Which is still equally bad. Like, that's still crazy. That still means it's crazy fucking hot out. But it's a different problem. W moment. You installed the lenses, now you're getting glasses? Incredible, incredible. Very happy for you. Okay, I think she's mostly lined. Well, her body is mostly lined. So now I can turn off the sketch and do a quick color fill just to see how I feel. I do kind of think I'm gonna scrap this as her palette and do a sea pig instead, because that just sounds like better for what I've drawn. But no, you know, no use not trying. I just kind of don't think the vibes I'm going for with this are gonna suit her. Plus, I planned for this to be a forest boar, so... As a fellow Crocs wearer, yeah, they're melting. I told you, bro. I've seen that before in really hot areas. Both with Crocs and other kinds of shoes. Guys, I think I'm gonna change this to a sea pig design. Or a beachland pig design. The only issue with changing what species design I'm making is that I don't actually have like a beachlander palette in mind for her. Because here's what she looks like with the orange from this palette. And I don't think she's not pretty, but I think maybe a beachlander would be better for her. A forest boar who starts wildfire sounds like a cool villain idea. You're so right. You know what? I'm writing that down. I'll do it later. In my brain dump channel it goes. Keep the palette and do lionfish. Nah, I had a really specific idea for this palette. They were gonna be piebald. And I don't want to scrap the palette and not have the piebald vibes happen. You may need to step away a sec because your phone's at 10%, but you're watching on the PC at home. No worries. Do whatever you gotta do. Blue lobster? Could happen. Could happen. I don't know why I keep coloring her orange. I know I don't want to keep this palette because I want the orange one to be a forest boar. Alternatively, instead of a forest boar that starts forest fires, a forest boar that was born with fire magic and was, like, exiled from the forest, and she's pissed about it because she actually has surprisingly awesome control over her fire. And she goes on a story arc, and the story arc is where they learn that a controlled burn is good for the forest. And so then she gets her redemption by, like, you know, doing a controlled burn on the forest. Wouldn't that be a fucking awesome idea? Wait, I think I just cooked. Man, things look clearer. Why does it seem odd? You know, I actually feel that because I, for most of my time in school, did not wear my glasses. I really hated them. I didn't like how they looked on me. And so then, even after school, I didn't. But then, Cece started wearing them sometimes when she was doing coding stuff, and I was like, whoa, this is a whole new experience we're having here. But yeah, no, I fear I've just cooked on this pig's story, and I need to write it down and do it. So, hang on. Fuck this color palette. She's gonna be a sea pig. We're gonna do that, but I need to write this down first. In Tomodachi Life, you have music called Lobster Fish. Sick. The idea, fire, correct. Okay, hang on. Let me ramble this down real quick and I'll read it to you guys after. Copy message link. Okay, hang on. I'm writing. Hang on, guys, I'm cooking. Hang on, I need to Google something for her story real quick. It's just odd. They said it'll be like a few days to adjust. That's weird. It doesn't need to be a few days. Oh, to adjust to the... Yeah, no, it definitely will. It definitely will take a while. Hang on. Okay. I'm almost done. Hang on, chat. Okay, so here's what we got for the pig that I'm not designing right now, but will design later, okay? Turns out the lenses had a ton of scratches on them, so they're reordering them, but you're keeping the current pair no charge, W. Okay, so here's what we got. Controlled Burn, the flame-wielding forest boar. That's not her name, though. I don't know what her name is yet. A forest boar born as a fire wielder. Out of fear, the forest boar has exiled her from the forest to live amongst other pigs in lands she wouldn't endanger, with the Beachlanders. At first, she was very irritable about her abilities. She hated them since they'd gotten her banished from her home. But during her stay with the Beachlanders, she learns that her flames can create beautiful glass sculptures from the sand on all the beaches. Unfortunately, she has a bad taste in her mouth from her own kind and avoids them for quite some time. At one point, during a drought, there's an ecological crisis and a huge risk of wildfires that could destroy the island. The forest boars, embarrassed, seek her out and explain their problem. Despite her anger at their banishment of her, she chooses to go back with them and perform the controlled burn on their homelands. It goes well. She saves everybody, essentially, and this gains her a lot of love from her kind. They all begin apologizing and mending their relationships with her over time, and she now lives between there and the Beachlanders, going back and forth between them. So I think that's going to be her lore. And this piggy, let's keep working on her, shall we? I'm going to go ahead and erase this portion of her tail, though, because since she's going to be a beachland silk fur, she needs a curled tail. So, one moment while I sketchel that. W lore. Honestly, to be so real with you, hang on. Loki, it's because of you, because you mentioned a pig that can start forest fires. And I was like, okay, W as a villain idea. However, extra W as an idea for a, like a misunderstood protagonist, actually. Because I was thinking about it, and, like, forest fires, when they're actually allowed, can do good. But, you know, people don't really realize that, so they get freaked out and then they don't allow them. Should make glass. Yeah, she does make glass with the Beachlanders. That's literally part of the lore, is that at first she hates her magic because it got her banished from her home. But then the Beachlanders show her that she can make beautiful things with it, i.e. the glass sculptures. And then she's like, oh. You know? She's like, oh, shit. And she learns to, like, love herself, essentially. Until the forest boars return, and they're like, hey, this is awkward, but, actually, like, our home is at risk of a wildfire, and, like, you're the only one who can help us. Would you please do that? And she's like, you guys are mean to me, though. And they're like, yeah, we're sorry. We need your help. We were wrong. And she's like, okay, I suppose. And then she goes back and saves them. No, I still want this to be out behind her, but I don't know how to make that happen. Hang on, let me mess with her tail a little bit. There we go, something like that would be fine, probably. There are some trees that need to burn for their seeds to germinate. Correct! Correct. Forest fires are, controlled forest fires are very important. Actually, something that I heard, because Canada wildfires have been on the brain, right? And so one of the things that I heard from somebody in Canada is that a lot of places in Canada had, a tribe of natives that would perform controlled burns on the areas, which would prevent this crazy-ass wildfire stuff that's happening. But they're no longer allowed to do that, and that's why the wildfires are like this. That's why Canada's wildfires are so bad, because the natives who have been burning, doing controlled burns for years, are no longer allowed to do them. Doesn't that fucking suck? You literally had a built-in system for this, and then the law was like, yeah, but, what if fuck you? That's so messed up, dude. I mean, I don't know if that's all of Canada, but there's definitely some particular places where that was a case. Most of the North American continent? I mean, I don't know about anywhere else, but it definitely is a thing in Canada. I don't know about around anywhere else. But they said they remembered from, the person said that they remembered from when they were younger that they would just go down the road, and, the side of the road would be, violently on fire, and they're just standing there, walking across it, making sure it doesn't go too far. Literally just makes sense, but fire's scary, though? No, actually, literally. And that's why my sky is yellow sometimes in New York. Okay, so now we've got her tail all settled. Actually, I kind of want to make it a tighter curl, though. Because both silk furs and beachlanders have pretty tight curled tails. There we go. There's also a thing in the Great Plains, too. Why do people be doing that? Why does governments be like, sorry, you people who are doing nothing but help us? Fuck you. You're not allowed to help us anymore. Like, that's so stupid. People should, like, people who are trained to do it should be, like, allowed to have controlled burns to keep the environment safe. It's literally necessary for the forest because the buildup of, you know, like, on the ground debris fucks with all that shit over time. Okay, so we've got her tail situated. She's not a full silk fur, so she doesn't have a super fluffy chest. Her silk fur genes mostly come from her hair, or mostly come out in her hair and tail fur, but she doesn't have long fur anywhere else. Because everywhere else, she's got the short fur of the beachlanders. Except, like, on her tail and, like, I think a bit on her flank she should have. But it's not like an intense amount like what a silk fur would normally have. Just a little bit. Okay. There we go. Oh, I have a ping. What's the ping? Oh, it's a server ping for a server that is not relevant to me. Actually, it might be relevant to me. Hang on. New Purple Cliff video. Just kidding. That was actually kind of relevant to me. Love me a new Purple Cliff video. Okay, the next order of business I'm gonna do is remove these markings because she is going to have markings, but they're gonna be more elegant since she's a silk fur and water. I think her powers should be like water. So I think her markings should be more gentle and reflective of the water. Okay, those are her, I would say these are her markings. Plus, like, one right here. There we go. Alright. So, I want to give her some kind of accessories, but I don't know what. Oh, I also like that she has a little bit of a silk fur tuft on the tips of her ears. I think that's cute. I'm also gonna, I think, make her a little more slim. Since I can. Yeah, I think she's got to be a little thinner since she's a silk fur. Or what the fuck? It's Beachlander. There we go. Alright, accessories. Imagine a giant surfboard, dear God. I think maybe some kind of a bracelet situation. And that's kept on by her dew claw thing. But then another one up here. Maybe with like a strand of pearls going between it. I think that would be a fun accessory for her. No, but I do want to keep this, and I'll give her a gem on it. And maybe have it go, like, up her arm a little bit like this. There we go. Okay, so we've given her those bracelets. She's got her little gem, and she doesn't really need a neck accessory because of all her pretty markings there. She could have some pearl earrings, though. Seashell tattoos? Maybe? I have no idea what this accessory is, by the way. I'm literally winging it. I think I want her to have a tail ring. I think that's cute. Because the thing about Beachlanders is they love accessorizing. Because they find a bunch of pretty things all the time that, like, wash up. I kind of want her to have, like, a flower. Like here, maybe? You know how if you freeze brand an animal, it can still grow further, but the fur becomes white? An ice mage pig doing that at a tattoo parlor. I'm writing that shit down. You people are so fucking smart. You people are smarter than I could ever be in my life. Guys, I'm frightened. Somebody has pinged me in my server. In the ArtFight Brawling channel. Should I kill them? Oh, okay, thank God, thank God, thank God, thank God. Wait! These are so funny! This is sick! I actually love this so much! Oh my God! No, this is fire. I love this, thank you. Maybe things washing up on the shore could be how they realized there may be other landforms. Yes, I'm thinking the same thing. Okay, new problem of the day. I suck ass at drawing flowers. Help. Yeah, because I think that's probably what inspires them to make, like, a ship and try to sail to find, like, mainlands. Because that is, like, a story arc that happens, I think. And I think True ends up going with them. However, I will say, for a while, they don't think that. It's not until, like, particular specific things start washing up. Because at first they just think it's gifts from the twin moon gods. But I think then eventually things, like, actually start washing up. And they're like, oh shit, like, this is a trend. And they're like, oh, these are, like, items from, like, other civilizations, I think, maybe? But it's, like, gotta be something specific. Like, sea glass and, like, seashells and stuff, those don't cut it. And even, like, jewelry sometimes wouldn't cut it. But I think if they, like, a wheel, kinda, or something, like, something that's clearly from a handmade object, I think then they would be like, oh, we should look into this, don't you think? Okay. So here is she. Now here's the problem. I suck at drawing flowers. So I don't know how I'm going to put a flower in her hair that doesn't look like complete garbage. Let me use a radial symmetry tool and see what I can do. See what I can do with a radial symmetry tool, shall we? I need to make it smaller for this. Okay, so there we go. We've got a flower. Well, we've got the center of the flower. Hang on. I need to Google flowers. I suck at this. Usually just cut out a bunch of pictures of real flowers and draw over them. I ain't gonna lie, I do that a lot too. That is one way to draw flowers that is easy. Let's see what pictures I can find. Ooh, I have an idea. But unfortunately, it is gonna, like, go everywhere. Can you control the radial symmetry so it's, like, symmetrical in a different way? There's gotta be a way, right? What's rotational? What's that mean? Oh! So that's how I'd be able to get that vibe. Like a pinwheel, okay. That's good to know. That's very nice for flower making. I like that. But that's not what I want to be doing, so... Okay, so what I'm learning is I'm just gonna have to draw this shit myself. There's not a symmetry tool that's going to help me. Okay, that sucks, but it is what it is. Freehanding a hard flower, let's go. Shit, I accidentally clicked on something. But you know what? If I can draw one petal, I can draw them all. This is fine. This is fine. I totally have got this. Okay, wait. Actually, maybe a symmetry tool will help me here, just for this. Actually, hang on. I'm lying to myself. Let's insert the drawing assist again, but make it normal symmetry this time. I'm sorry, chat. I fucking suck at drawing flowers. Jay Daily, hi, you're new here. Welcome in. I am currently making a personal character design. I was doing ArtFight, but something came up and I needed to pick me up, so I'm drawing a new OC for myself. And this is the OC we're working with right now. She's gonna be an ocean piggy in my little world. Oh, that's nice. Yeah. I'm pretty thrilled about it. Oh, shoot. I gotta turn the symmetry back on. There we go. That's how that goes. I feel like I've almost got it, but not quite. So let me try these petals again. This seems better. There we go. You've been listening to too much Sonic music? In your world, pig world, where thumbs do not exist. In your world, pig world. What do you mean? I'm so confused. I did it, Chad, I did it. How much is too much? 26 hours a day? I don't know. Sound like Jay. Jay be listening to too much Sonic music too. Okay, I'm just about done with the flower. I think I like this flower. Okay. What if there was a mac and cheese pig? I mean, could happen. Would be weird, but could happen. Alright, we've designed her flower. Let me line it more cleanly now that I can. What if a pig flew? There are flying pigs in this world. Oh yeah, let me double check and see if there's anything new in the questions channel. Oh, there's lots of them. Okay. Are there any major historical events in the lore yet? The short answer to that is no. I'm gonna select this question by Jay. It says, what currency would the piggies use for commerce? They use truffles. And actually, interestingly enough, they use truffles, and the forest boars are the ones who hunt the truffles. Because, you know, I wanted to insert that part of, like, pig, like biology and behavior into it. So I made it so that the forest boars are the ones who essentially, air quote, mine the currency. But the thing with the forest boars is that they themselves are not interested in the currency. They feel like they don't need that for their lives, so they happily hand it over to everybody else. Forest boars do not use currency because they just have the forest, so they don't need to. But everybody else uses truffles that are given to them by the forest boars. It's kind of like what they get paid for, but in like the forest boars get paid to find like the truffles for the currency, but they don't get paid in currency. They get paid in things they need, like fruit and stuff. I don't know if that like helps or like makes sense. But yeah, so they do. They do, and they get it from the forest boars, and the forest boars themselves, in return, are given resources that are important to them. Like, you know, leathers, furs, things to keep them, you know, comfy and warm. Fruits that they can't grow in the forest for whatever reason, like it's not a forest fruit. Stuff like that. Okay. Next question is from Gorilla, and it says, are there any unique games or sports? I haven't really thought about this yet, but I like this question a lot. I think that if they were gonna play something, it would probably be like a ball type game. And it would probably be kicking related, because that, you know, it's not like they can hold a baseball bat, for example. But I don't think that it would be like soccer. I think it would be something more fun. I think maybe, younger piggies, like, one of the games that they will play when they're on their own outside is, like, kicking a rock up in a tree to try to knock down, like, a fruit. And if they do, then they, like, win. The forest boars obviously don't really love that practice, because it seems, rude to the trees. So. But yeah, I think there would definitely be, like, a sport of some kind that would involve kicking something, a rock, an acorn, I don't really know. Like a dried nut, I'm not sure entirely. But something to that effect. And definitely the little piglets, kicking around rocks to try to get fruit down off trees. Or coconuts, in the case of the, sand pigs. The Beachlanders. I imagine the Beachlanders probably have swimming races. Because they are really, like, they really love swimming. So, I can imagine them having swim-based sports. I think the forest boars might have a sport, but I don't think that they know it's a sport. And I think it's kind of just like a forest care situation. Where it's like they're trying to clean up the forest, but they make it a competition. Just for fun. It's actually an interesting question. Good to think about. You have to go help your dad outside a bit? Fair enough, fair enough. Pig turns into truffle. Pigs as truffle pig? Eatable money keeps inflation down. Correct, correct. There can't be inflation if they're eating their own money sometimes. And they have to, because I imagine truffles go bad. So. I don't know if that's the same currency as what's on the mainland, but that is the currency on Oink Island. Could you imagine if it wasn't? Could you imagine if Oink Island's currency was not, like, if truffles weren't taken everywhere in the world? And so, like, when Oink Islanders go to the mainland, they're fucking broke as shit, even if they're the richest, like, Oink Islander there is. They're just fucking broke because they only have truffle money. Could you imagine? I think that'd be so funny. Okay. Actually, I think I'm gonna do these differently. I think for these, I'm gonna do rotational symmetry, because I think that would look nice. There we go. Okay, I like this. But I want less of them. Oh shit, I did that on the wrong layer. Fuck. Okay, now I don't want so many of them, so I'm going to turn off the drawing assist and erase every other one. Actually, since this is going to be in her hair, I can erase a few of these that are facing this way. Okay, now let's turn down this hair and, whoops, this body and the face, and try to place this flower. I think that looks nice. Okay, now let's, line our girl, shall we? Okay, so we've got most of the body lined, but it needs some redoing, so we're actually gonna turn it down as well. Hide the flower. And it's time to line this piggy. Okay, so next question. Do the pigs have pets? If so, what kind? I actually do think they have pets, and I imagine they would have smaller creatures that aren't very sapient and autonomous. So maybe they would have, like, bugs, like a caterpillar or something. Or, like, butterflies. Like, I imagine they would definitely keep bugs. What else could they have? They could probably have birds. Although I think birds would be less of a pet and more of like a friend that just like understands them but doesn't actually speak pig, if that makes sense. So birds for sure, but as like companions, not just like a pet. Bugs for sure. Beetles, definitely. Is there anything else I can think of that they might have? I definitely think, like, bugs are their, like, big thing. I also see one that says, is there a greedy forest boar? I'm sure there is. There's, like, you know, as with any creature, there's variation. Forest boars, there could be a greedy one. Who's, like, really selfish with his or her, home area or resources or whatever. It's definitely not out of the realm of possibility with these guys. Let me go back in main chat and see what y'all are saying. Literally, bugs is the first thing that came to your mind? Yeah, that's totally fair. I think because, like, bugs are easy. Plus, like, when you're farming, because farming is a huge part of the culture in Oinky Orchard. So when you're farming, you're naturally going to come across bugs, because bugs eat plants, you know? So it's just kind of natural that the pigs would be like, oh, a bug! I want him. He's cute. Like, I like that guy. I think he's funny. I think the one thing is, though, that pets that are, like, not controllable Like a bug, for example, there's no reason a bug is going to not fly away from a pig if it can, right? So I think for pets like those, they probably are pretty exclusive to magic wielders. Because you would need to be a wielder to be able to put the bug in something that you can carry around. I wouldn't say exclusive, but definitely, like... It would be tough to keep one if you didn't have, if you didn't have magic to, like, carry around its little enclosure and open it and put food in, because these piggies don't have opposable thumbs, so they can't just do it themselves. Unless the bugs are more intelligent than I think, I don't know. But I would imagine it would be pretty hard to keep bugs, if they're not careful. A small pig who has birds delivering mail? Absolutely. I definitely want to make a male piggy. Like a pig that delivers mail. I think that's so cute. No, my iPad's dying. I think because I turned up the brightness more than it's been up recently. It's fine, I can plug it in. I definitely think, speaking of birds delivering mail, I do think it would be most common, not, like, required, but I think the piggies that would do the best with delivering mail would be those that are, the flying Wonder Striders. Because flying pigs are not, like, a species, I guess you could say. It's more like a common type of Wonder Strider that they see often enough to be like, okay, like, these are technically, like, a legal, like, they're legally a faction, or, like, a, you know, a species, but they still are classified as a Wonder Strider, because, like, okay, so, basically, what classifies a pig as a Wonder Strider is that they, A, do not fit in with any, like, current biological species. However, it's also B, and B is, that they have, like, a Wonder Strider will have traits that are not possible on, like, an average pig on the island. So, anything that is, like, has wings or extra limbs, elemental body parts, so, like, fire coming off their fur, for example. Those are considered Wonder Striders because they're not, like, biologically normal. And so they do, like, evoke some kind of wonder when you see them. Disabilities are not considered to be, like, Wonder Striders. Because that's just, like, a, you know, that's just a disability. It's, you know, they accommodate them pretty well. I could not have a world where disabilities are not accommodated. I'm disabled. But basically, whenever there's something that, like, doesn't fit the mold of, like, what's normal on the planet. Like, for pigs have no reason to fly. There's no way that, like, a pig, biologically, should, like, develop wings and fly. Because they are not avians. Or, like, insects. So if they do, that's a Wonder Strider. Because that's, like, a magical thing. That's something where, like, the magic intervened. And now they're that. Now they can fly. Like, now they were born with wings or whatever. But the thing is, there's some types of Wonder Striders that are more common than others. Theoretically. And I'm sure that there's probably, I mean, I've decided, rather, that there is definitely, like, a lot of flying pigs, whether they have feathered wings, bug-type wings, element wings. Like, they can have any variation of wings, but if they can fly, they're considered part of, like, the flying Wonder Strider category. And I think those pigs are the most common mail delivery pigs. Because they can fly, which is just unequivocally faster than walking, pretty much. Like, no matter what you do. Unless there's a piggy with super speed. You never know. Do Wonder Striders have, like, a sense of community? I think it depends. I think it depends on what kind they are, because the thing about Wonder Striders is they can be, like, a common type, like the flying ones, or they can be totally one-of-a-kind creatures that have never been seen before. Like, they can be a pig with a trait that has never, ever been in the history of ever on a pig. And in those cases, you know, it's hard to find community because you're very, very different. But I would like to think that, like, you know, there's, like, certain protections, and I do think pigs would probably bond if, like, they found out, oh, hey, you're a Wonder Strider, so am I, you know? But I kind of think that Wonder Striders are so, like, welcomed on Oinky Orchard in general that they don't really need, like, a particular Wonder Strider community, I guess. I'm sure there is one to, like, talk about what it, you know, for where you can feel understood for your, like, magical abilities. But I just don't think it's, like, very big because, like, Oinky, like, the island is very accepting, I guess. I don't know if that makes sense. But, like, they have a sense of, basically, there's nowhere that they are not allowed to be, because there isn't piggy discrimination. So Wonder Striders don't really need their own community because they're welcomed everywhere. So, yes, they do in that they will, like, talk to each other about their magic. There might be some Wonder Striders that help others learn certain types of magic. But, like, they're not that separated, I guess, is the best way I can put it. Because they're just seen as, like, the same thing. Just pigs, but they're, like, cool. Oops, let me check the questions chat again. Nope, nothing new in the questions chat. You like Wonder Striders because you could make fun pig hybrids. So yeah, technically, but hybridization is, like, allowed already. Like, for example, if somebody is born a silk fur forest boar, that's not a Wonder Strider, that's just a hybrid. Like, hybrids are already, like, hard built into this world, they already exist. They're pretty common, because essentially these pigs all live together all the time, so they're always commingling and cohabiting. So hybrids are pretty common. What makes it a Wonder Strider is that it has, like, a trait that is not physically possible within the normal bounds of the world. So, being able to fly, having elemental body parts, you know, having extra limbs, but in, like, a magic way where they're, like, clearly not, like, it's not a defect, it's just, like, your limbs are, like, you have 6 legs, you know? But hybridization, like, as a normal thing already exists. Like, that's what True and Reuben are, they're hybrids. Because their mother was a forest boar and their father is a silk fur. basically, I like put Wonder Striders in the story to fix a problem that I had with closed species. Which I like I said, I work with a closed species, I like closed species, but sometimes I just wanted to do things with my characters that didn't fit in the lore, or like with the lore or like designated traits of Lumithews. And, or my previous closed species that I own called Night Mists. There was just some things that I simply couldn't do. And I didn't like that. It wasn't like a deal breaker for me, it just sucked a little bit, because it was like, well, it would be so cool if I could do that. But I can't. And so Wonder Striders are my answer to that, where there are species, specific species of pigs that live in this world, but, you know, they're basically anything that you could want to do, as long as it follows the rules of the world, is possible by way of Wonder Striders. Like, obviously, you can't technically have a robot pig. That was really only possible because of the presence of aliens on this world. But, you know, if you want to make a pig that's made of, like, clouds, you can, and it's just a Wonder Strider. And it's like, if you want to make a... Like, technically that really old, overgrown forest boar is considered a Wonder Strider because normal forest boars can't look like that. Like, that just doesn't happen. He has an extended lifespan, and he looks different than forest boars can typically look. So he's technically, like, by law, air quote, a Wonder Strider. Just because he's different from what's typical for a forest boar. He is one. Like, it's pretty much how it works. I just wanted them to be a category where I could do anything and not have to, like, make a whole new species for it. Because, like, so in my species Night Mists, right? We had, like, we didn't really have sub-factions until later on. But whenever I wanted to try something new, I felt like I had to make it into, like, a trait that was written down in their trait list, and that I couldn't do something that wasn't, because everything was trait listed. So every time that I would make a new idea, I would have to write in a new trait and a reason for that trait to exist. And the point of Wonder Striders is that you don't fucking need to do that. There doesn't even have to be a reason. The reason could just be because the universe said that that one's on fire, you know? And sometimes you don't even have to look different to be a Wonder Strider. You can just have magic, because all magic wielders are Wonder Striders. But not all Wonder Striders are magic wielders. Because Wonder Strider is basically the word for anything that is not the norm. You think you understand? X-Men without the downside? I don't know anything about X-Men, I apologize. Centipede, pig, whenever. But yeah, so I'm big fond of Wonder Striders because they kind of mean that I can do anything. My creative freedom is pretty much unlimited outside of like a very few, very specific circumstances. But in those circumstances, it's like, well, that doesn't need to exist anyway. Like, for example, it still has to be a pig with hooves. And, like, a pig nose. But if it wasn't, then why the fuck is it an Oinky Orchard character, you know? Like, you know, if the pig isn't a pig-looking thing, then why does it need to be Oinky Orchard? I could just make it something else at that point, you know? So, oops. Hey, you're supposed to be, fuck! My iPad charger fell out. No! How am I supposed to live? There we go. I got it plugged in. We're good, we're good. And I've got about an hour and a half left of stream time, so I need to lock in and hurry up and design this girl. Because tomorrow we gotta get back to ArtFight. I say, wishing I didn't have to. Because, listen, I was having so much art fatigue working on ArtFight, and as soon as I started this pig, like, my creative juices were fine. It was like they never left. Making bug pigs is so fun. I really like the beetle one you made for me. I think that one's so cool. Here we go. Oh, something that I think would be interesting is if the bug-themed pigs could communicate with bugs. And that means that, like, those pigs would have a better time having bugs as, like, pets or companions. Because they can already talk to those things, you know? Like that beetle pig that I have from you, or the spider pig, could reasonably befriend beetles and spiders because they share, like, some kind of physical connection. Theoretically. Why do I have a DM? Man, guys, can I just quit ArtFight now and just work on Oinky Orchard / half joking? So I'm having so much fun right now just drawing pig. The answer is probably no. But this is so fun. Okay. Look at her, she's a pig. You love the piggies? Me too. And I'm really eager to make references for some of the ones I got from ArtFight who, like, need them. Like, I just want to work on them, but I feel like I can't because we're still in ArtFight territory season time. No, you meant that as a joke, but we would be okay if you would quit. You don't have to overwork yourself for something you don't want to do anymore, just for your audience. You want to see the Minecraft map be formed? I really want to do that. I've got to find some time to Google, like, good island, like, tropical island maps, because I really think I can make a cool Oinky Orchard. And it would be fun, because I could do, like, build projects. Like, one day it could be like, oh, come with me to build True's farm. Or, like, the farm that True lives on. Oh, you know, come with me to build, come with me to build, you know, the Forest Boars settlement. Come with me to build Ruben's house, specifically. Like, I just think that would be so fun. And yeah, as far as with ArtFight, it's more like a half joke, I guess. Because I do want to keep doing ArtFight. And I am not just doing it for stream. I'm doing ArtFight because so many wonderful people have attacked me, and I want to get them back for the kind things that they've done for me. Like their beautiful artwork, or beautiful character designs, or what have you. There's so many wonderful things that people on ArtFight have made for me, and if I stop now, then there's so many people that aren't getting a revenge just because I wanted to do my own thing. And that just doesn't feel very nice to me. Even though I know it's not bad to do that, it just feels like it. Plus, if I'm not actively participating, I'm not gonna be getting attacks either. Probably. Which, I know sounds pretty greedy, but I just love seeing what everybody does with my characters. And I don't want to just quit ArtFight before the end. And, you know, miss out on potential awesome art that I could receive and make for people, you know? But at the same time, I am tired, so it's, like, hard. Okay, so now we've drawn her main body. This is what we got for her main body. Hang on, let me turn off the, this. Let me also turn off the symmetry tool, because we don't need it right now. Maybe one ArtFight attack, one personal for each stream. That might be a good idea. That might be a nice compromise. To do some personal work and, you know, mix it up a little bit here and there. I think that would be fun. Could always try different styles and mediums to break things up. Well, the problem is that I'm dedicated as fuck to my only doing memes plan. Like, I do not want to break my only doing memes plan, no matter what. And the problem is, to do that, I can't really experiment that much. Because I have to, be able to make it funny. Essentially. Oh shit, I missed half of her fucking leg, I just realized. Let me add that back. There we go. And let me put back the, this cheek situation. Okay, I'll put this down here with sketches that are no longer in use. And now let's do... Well, first let me do this portion with the eye. The inking brush. Here it is. I will say, I think the one issue with working on personal stuff and ArtFight attacks is I would need to make sure that I do the ArtFight attacks first, like 1 or 2 of them, and then work on personal stuff, because as you guys can tell, I've been working for like 3 hours on this, and she's still not done. My personal art takes a much longer time, especially when I'm drawing full art pieces like reference sheets. But I think maybe if I start the stream by doing those, then that would probably work, I would guess. Let's do this marking. Gotta do it thinner. But I think that would be doable. I would just need to set up my stream, but that's a good idea. Now, that would mean getting out less revenges overall, but I think that's a good compromise to not quitting ArtFight. Like, I think that's actually a good idea. The more I think about it, the more I think that you're onto something. Yeah, no, I think that's what I'll do. I'll make an announcement tonight in my server and on YouTube about that. And I think that's how we'll do it. Half the stream is ArtFight and half the stream is, well, at least part of the stream is ArtFight, and then the rest of the stream is personal art. Like character designs and Oinky Orchard references. And I could keep it ArtFight themed by specifically working on characters I received during ArtFight, I think. I think that would be fun. Like, for example, I could spend some time in stream making references for one of the, like, 16 pigs that Chestnut gave me. The only downside of that is, like, because when I have to make a ref for them, I might have to change things, or I might not understand something on the ref, and people would see that happening live in concert, possibly the person who designed them. And I don't want the person who designed them to feel like I don't like them, just because I'm, like, changing something. I just change things sometimes for what I think will be easier for me to draw or suit the vibes better. So, and yeah. But I think if I kept it themed on ArtFight by working on ArtFight related characters, I think that would be a pretty good compromise. You guys are smart. You're fine if you mess with P16. Thank you. I will say I think the hardest one to make a reference sheet for is gonna be both of the bottom ones, the beetle boar and the big one. The big forest boar, I think. There we go. By the way, these markings themselves are not accessories, but they do, like, I do line them specifically because I need them to look visibly like they are not connected, like they are not, like, just a marking that glows. Because they are, like, a glowing marking, but they are a glowing marking that's tied specifically to their magic, and pigs can have glowing markings anyway. Like, Wonder Striders can just have that. Plenty of room to play with Robot Pig. I actually really like Robot Pig. I think the only thing that I want to edit on Robot Pig is literally something I saw in your video, and it's that at one point in the video of the time-lapse, and also I think in the thumbnail, he has 2 eyes instead of the one big eye that he has in the pictures. And I think him with 2 eyes is cute. Actually, one of the ideas that I had was that, one of the upgrades that Xylax made to him or her is that they swapped out, like, a screen so that they can be more emotive by, like, having more, like, emotions visible on their screen by their expressions. And I think it would be cute if specifically the, like, Cyclops eye was when they're really, really excited and they just need one big eyeball to express that they're really excited. I think that would be really cute. I actually think maybe I would want to start on Xylax next, because of the Robot Piggy, Xylax is the most detailed character now, as far as, like, lore, other than the Fire Pig that we talked about today, but she was not gifted to me during ArtFight, so I'm gonna work on her a different day. But I really like Robot Pig, just so you know. Like, now that they have lore, I'm super excited about it. You cracked my neck? That hurt? Or you cracked your neck? That hurt? Imagine if you cracked my neck from all the way in wherever you are. By the way, I actually have a question. For everybody who's watching today, when you joined the stream, did you get a rule pop-up? The reason I'm asking is because I set one up, but I don't know what its criteria is to show to people. I don't know if it just shows to everyone who's new or if it won't show to subscribers. I don't know. So that's why I'm here to ask you guys. Okay, there's that. Yes, yeah. Okay, yes it did. Yay, it worked! I didn't know you could do that on YouTube, so that was something new that I added today when I found out that you could. I looked it up and Google was like, yeah, you can do that. And I was like, oh shit, I should probably do that. I should probably have rules, even though they're not very exciting or crazy rules, they're rules nonetheless. There we go. Yeah, you saw it? Yay, okay, cool. Yeah, I had no idea you could do that until today when I Googled it. And I just figured I should add it because, you know, it's important to have rules. Even though my rules are basically just don't be an asshole and don't spam advertisements in chat. But, you know. Man, I'm really glad I got to finish stream today. I really, for a second there, thought I wasn't gonna. And then I discovered the magic of being allowed to do whatever the fuck I want. So I did it. It's kind of funny to think that someone would be just like, hey guys, go look at this instead. Oh my god, in chat? Yeah, it happens sometimes. It's because, like, people go in the chat and they, like, want attention. So they'll be like, haha, I'm gonna do this. And then people will come look at my thing, and it's like, bro, you're being rude as fuck. I don't know what this back thing is or how it stays on. I haven't really thought about that yet. But since she's a Wonder Strider, it could just be magically applied to her. When you want to do a half body? Yes, this looks good so far. Your brain? No, full body now. That's real, because especially with, like, feral characters, half bodies look weird. Worst thing you've ever done in a chat was briefly mess with somebody by making them think their Minecraft was haunted? That's actually funny. But the second they caught on, I owned up to it. That's hilarious. Never do that to me. I have such bad paranoia, I'd probably cry. I need to make this a little smaller. There we go. Also, if you ever say you're bad at drawing humans, that's kind of a lie. Also, you like drawing clown noses on humans, even if they don't like clown noses, it's just your art style. That's fair. It's totally fair. Okay, I wasn't gonna put a ring here, but I think I actually am. Okay. Any other accessories to draw? I don't think so. I just need to add the pearls or whatever the fuck I end up using these to be. I think there is a pearl brush in my chain brushes section. Isn't there? There is. It's called chain 15 or whatever, but it's a pearl brush technically. But I don't want it to vary in size. Oh, it doesn't have to. Okay, perfect. That'll do great. Wait, I should do them the other way so their shine is facing upward. Haha. You have to go? You'll try to be back before the stream ends? Hey, no worries if you can't be. Thank you for coming and hanging out and asking so many questions about my fun little world. I appreciate it. The interest is very, very much appreciated. No, I definitely want that to be... Okay, there we go. One more string of pearls, methinks. Perfect. However, these are behind her hair, so I need to kill them. Oh, shit. Yep. Wrong layer. Okay, there we go. Now I can erase them properly. Mud, if you wish for serotonin, check your Discord. I will check my Discord momentarily. 1 second. I want to finish erasing these pearls from where they don't belong. Okay, 1 second, chat. Let me see what serotonin is being bestowed upon me. Oh my god, what is that? That is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. What is that? He was left in a parking lot? Oh no! Oh my gosh. He's just a baby. Aw. Thank you for the serotonin. Also, Jay, you know my name is Via. You're allowed to call me Via. You're silly. Welcome back, by the way. It's like those redesigns for cartoon characters. Oh, you're working on an attack of somebody's character design of another character from a show. I see. I will say, hot take, I don't actually really like those characters. Like, those kinds of characters. But that's just me, so it don't fucking matter. Okay, let me do a little bit of lineling, because I realized I forgot a couple things on this one. Like the onkles. On this one. Sorry, you're a little loopy. You're in 106-degree heat. Oh my god, please drink some water. Please, please drink some water, my friend. Okay, I'm gonna color these accessories in real quick. Because I need to make sure that they are erased from being on top of any line work. While still being, like, colored. And on top of the old line work. Loopy because you're high. Yeah, no, Jay does not drug. Because I would kill him with my bare hands. Or my pig hands, whatever you... you know. Whatever y'all think. Oink, oink, oink. I still have no idea what color this girl's gonna be, and I don't think we're gonna find out tonight, really. Because it's 6:04. But maybe we will, who knows? We are getting pretty much at the color phase, so actually it is kind of possible that we see where she starts out. But I don't know, it depends, because I might end early so that I can write up that announcement about how I'm going to be handling ArtFight streams moving forward. Because now that y'all helped me decide that, I want to make sure that it's communicated. Okay, let's see. You know what I noticed? And I'm not going to say out loud exactly because I don't want the playlist to do it. But we have had a very... we've had very few in this episode, or in this stream, very few songs that I skip, if you know what I mean. The songs that I typically skip have not been playing very much today. So that's nice. Okay. So we've colored the flower. We now need to select the line art and erase from certain parts. Okay. And then just on the hoopsies. And that'll be it. Perfect. So she now has her accessories colored, and I'm gonna put them on a separate layer because, or on a separate folder because they are a bit disruptive. And then we'll hide them and start coloring her actual body. For now, I'm going to color it pink. She's not going to be pink. I just need a color that's very visible against the background. It'll probably be the next one now that you say that. Nope. You're the type of person to play songs over and over until you hate them? Me too. I will say I'm glad I'm not coloring her tonight, because I need to think of some, like, I need to think of a palette. Because I can't do, like, a shoreline blue and sand color, because I literally just got that. But I do want her to be, like, visibly ocean-themed, so I gotta think about how I'm gonna do that. Like, I want her to be... I think she will look good in a light color. But I don't know. I won't be making her pink, though, because her design reminds me of a different pink character that we co-own. Like, without accessories, so I don't want her to be pink. At least not entirely. Like, she can have pink accents, but I don't want her herself to be, like, just pink. You go on coolers for the palette? You think the image picker and reuse your own art? I'm just not sure. I'm kind of trying to think of what I need. Or, like, as far as, like, what colors have and haven't been used a bunch so far. But then I'm thinking in my brain, like, does it really matter? She's a beach pig. Does it really matter if we use something that's already been done? I do know that she has water magic, so no matter what, her glowing markings will be blue. So, like, no matter what color she is. The glowing markings don't always have to coincide with their magic color, but they often do. I think what I'll probably do is, like, Google, like, beach scenes and beach and tropical color palettes and see what I can find. Ocean gives pastels. I agree. Or at least the shallow ocean. No, I definitely agree. Cooler for the palette? Yeah. I'm kind of thinking definitely pastels and, like, pale colors. But possibly with pops of, like, more vibrant stuff. But I just need to kind of think about it. I don't make a lot of ocean-themed characters that aren't themed off of, like, deep-sea stuff. Like, whenever I would design ocean-themed characters in the past, they're always deep-sea related. And she gives me, like, shallow sea type deal. But we'll have to see. I'm also going to try to think of a name for her based on, like, her physical appearance, because if I do that, that might also help me come up with a color palette. Like, for example, if I were to name her Coral, then I would probably design her like a coral reef, for example. I don't think I'm going to name her Coral, because that seems not very elegant. Or not elegant enough for her design. Pause, I need to... Need to add to the line art real quick. I forgot the toe line here. There we go. And I don't think I want to name her Cascade because I already have, like, a character with that name and they're very dark colored, and I think that if I were to go with that, I would want her to be similar. I don't know. Her design is, I think, gonna stump me, and it might be one that I have to sit on for a while. But hey, maybe not. You never know. I might still go with my piebald idea for her, because I still don't have any piebald pigs yet, but unsure about that, so we'll see. In general, I'm really unsure. I don't know if this is a design I'll be finishing this month, because if I'm going to be drawing pigs, I want them to be pigs from ArtFight, which she is not. Oh shit, I missed her elegant little tail situation. I could also look up different fish, maybe. Sorry, I know I'm getting really quiet. I'm very deep in thought about her color palette right now. Because I feel really stuck about it. Like, what could I possibly do? So there is she. I'm gonna make her a more neutral color so that it's not weird, and then we'll turn on her accessories, which are also a neutral color, so it's not weird. And then I need to color in her markings really quick as well, which are going to be blue. So let me do those. I don't know if this is the shade of blue they'll be, but they're going to be blue nonetheless. Damn, now my pen is dying? Chat, I'm gonna have to end as soon as I finish coloring the, base colors. Because, my pen is now dying. You know what's funny is that you also use Procreate, but you only use it for line art and maybe backgrounds? Oh, I didn't know that. How come you don't just stay in one program? Gen question. The pen for yours doesn't need to charge. It's weird. I mean, I will say mine typically doesn't. It's actually very unusual for it to need to charge, but I've been using it, like, all day, and even when I wasn't using it, I wasn't sitting on the tablet, so that's probably what's, doing it in today. It also, honestly, it also probably wasn't fully charged, since my tablet wasn't plugged into the wall all night, apparently. One answer is that you think the color on Procreate is a little off. That's fair. I will say that might be the canvas you're using. If you just use the automatic setting, it puts it on a canvas setting that fucks with your colors. If you'd gotten an iPad, you probably would be using Procreate. Maybe you will in the future. Highly recommend if you ever wanna. Okay, now I'm just gonna do a couple other spots real quick. Just like on her, like her nose and her hooves, just so that they're colored. Like blocked in to look different. I think she would be really pretty if her hooves were, like they looked like pearl coated. Like they had a pearl, like a pearl shine to them. I'm gonna have to write that down. Whatever I do with her, I want her hooves to be pearl colored and shiny and pretty. Shit, the marking lines should be down here on her. And I'm gonna temporarily make the markings white. See if it's better with the palette that we're doing. Okay. There we go. This is where I think we leave her at. Because I'm gonna have to work on her another day. Which means I gotta grab my checkerboard watermark. Pop it over her. Alrighty, my friends. I know it's a bit earlier than I normally end off, but thank you so much for watching. Thank you for your patience when I was having my momentary crash out. Thank you for being chill with me when I wanted to, you know, go ahead and switch to a different topic. And thank you guys so much for all of the questions you had about Oinky Orchard. Wait, hang on. I want to make sure I didn't miss any questions. I did. Do the pigs... one more question to answer before I go. From Chestnut. Do the pigs have different diets or food that they eat? Yes. Yes, they do. Forest boars tend to really like fruits. They all really like fruits, but forest boars especially. Forest boars will also eat mushrooms that aren't, what would you say? That aren't like, what the hell? They'll eat mushrooms that aren't truffles. The silk furs are really partial to baked goods. They love baked goods. The beachlanders eat fish, typically. Fish and fruits, like coconuts and stuff. And everywhere else just kind of eats a mix of those things. At least on the main island. I haven't decided anywhere else yet. So that is our final question of the day. Does this mean more piggy streams? Yes. Yes, it does. I'm planning to... You weren't here when we decided this, I don't think. But basically what I'm going to do is for the remainder of ArtFight, so the next like 10-ish days, I'm going to start out by doing an attack or two, depending how complicated the attack is, and then switch over to doing personal art that's based on stuff I received during ArtFight, so it's still ArtFight themed. So maybe making reference sheets for piggies that didn't really come with a reference. So that's what I'm planning to do. Anyway, thank you guys so much for coming. Thank you for being chill with me when I was crashing out. Thank you for helping me decide on how I want to handle this moving forward. Thank you for being chill when I switched gears and went in a different direction. If you haven't already, I highly recommend subscribing. I will be live tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, the same time as always, and we'll be starting off with an ArtFight attack, and then I think I'm going to work on Xylax, because, she has so much lore that I think she needs a reference sheet. So, that's how we're gonna do it. This was a cool stream. Love to know the lore. I'm glad. Thank you guys. I'll see you next time. Bye.